Seeing that we have a quorum of the town council members present, I call the meeting of the town council together at 6:30 p.m. on October 7th, 2019. We have a couple of different agenda items tonight that will bring some comment, but let me just start by saying we welcome you all. This meeting is broadcast live and being recorded by Amherst Media. Copies of the agenda are projected on the screen and in the back of the room to the extent that we have copies. If you are interested in speaking, we want to ask that you make sure you please sign the sign-up sheet. In addition, I want to recognize Mohita Abaraju. She is a senior in journalism at UMass, and she's present tonight. Based on section 6.2F, the public courtesy and decorum portion of the town council's rules of procedure, she has asked and received permission to video sections of the meeting for her video content class. She is positioned at the back of the room and will not be free to roam around the room. We want to alert you to a couple of key dates in October. There will be a tax classification public hearing on October 21st in this room at 6:30. We will have a master plan public forum in this room at 5:30 that night. We will start with a primer on the master plan. And although the council may be present and it may actually convene as a formal meeting, it's really intended for people to just understand the master plan. As required by the charter at 6:30 that evening, we will go into a public forum, which we are required to do once a year with regard to the master plan. In addition to that, stay tuned, we'll be discussing it later, our public dialogue on the 4 major capital projects. There is a change in the order of the agenda. We first start with a hearing. Immediately following that, we will discuss the request noted in the hearing and decide whether or not we're ready to vote or send it into one of our committees. Following that, we will move to item 7A, since this also involves the Spring Street development. We will then resume the regular agenda order. Is someone here from Eversource? Please come forward. Please start again.
Sorry. Nick Kriegel with Eversource. Today, I think you guys have it in front of you. We are doing a poll hearing structure location for 2 things at the intersection of Spring and Churchill, a new fully owned pole and a switching junction. The switching junction would allow us to refeed the portion of Spring Street underground as it was intended. And the new overhead pole would refeed south towards Amherst College.
Okay. Now, before we ask for petitioners' questions from the council, I just want to note that this hearing was publicized in the Daily Hampshire Gazette on September 27th, 2019, and notice was sent to abutters on September 24th, 2019. We are now open for questions from the councilors. Mandy Jo.
Right next to the switching junction, there's currently, at least on the map, we have a joint pole.
Yes.
Will that remain?
So that joint pole was originally shown to be removed, but since then, Verizon will need that pole. They can't get rid of that pole without doing a larger underground conversion. So that pole will remain, but it will lose the top 5 feet with the overhead primary on it, and it'll just have secondary down. So the pole will shorten by 5 feet, but it will remain for at least the time being.
Additional questions from the council? Andy?
Since you put down reason, the purposes for reliability and beautification, can you explain a little bit more about the reason?
So the beautification portion is because the switching junction is tied to the underground relocation that was kind of started 10 or so years ago by the town. The reliability aspect is putting any street underground. We want to have 2 feeds, 2 circuits into that area, that if we lose one cable, we can backfeed that area with another cable. So that's kind of the two reasonings for it. One, to put the street underground, and one, to be able to adequately serve it as an underground fed area.
Okay. Mandy Jo?
Just one more question. The pole you're proposing is not a joint pole, though. At least on what we've got, it would be just a Eversource pole. Is that correct?
Yep.
Is there a reason why it's not being proposed as a joint one? If there is a possibility in the future of removing a joint pole?
So right now it would be a fully owned pole. If they do decide to do a larger underground conversion and get off that pole, they do have the right to buy onto our pole. It has plenty of room on it, but currently it will be a fully owned pole.
Are there additional questions? So I'm asking first if the public has questions. If you do, raise your hand. Not statements, but questions. Okay. Seeing none, I'm asking if there's anyone here who wants to speak in favor of this proposal. Anyone who wants to speak in opposition? Okay. Let me also communicate that the Department of Public Works recommends approval of this request to install a new pole and switch on Spring Street at the intersection of Churchill Street. Eversource should be reminded to pull a street opening permit before this work, and that placement of the pole should be field adjusted as needed to minimize trimming impacts to the existing shade trees. Okay? So if hearing no other comments from the audience, any further questions or comments from the council? Okay, given that, I'm now going to have the hearing officially close, and we will move immediately to a discussion as to whether or not we are prepared to vote on this, or do we want to refer to CRC? Preference from the councilors?
Lynn, I just would have a question on.
Kathy.
I'm not sure what the purpose of referral would be. I don't think we've received any questions or comments from abutters in terms of issues with this, so it's a question of making this work more efficiently. So I don't think there's a need to refer it then.
So are you prepared then to make a motion to approve the order for poll locations titled Eversource Petition 09-05-2019?
I would move that we approve it.
Is there a second? George, is a second? Any further discussion? Then all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So item 7A, are the people here from Archipelago? Yes, please come forward. This is an action item. It is concerning the public way, and since the town council are the keepers of the public way, it requires you to come before us, particularly because this is for a long-term request. if you would please proceed with both of your requests and explain the purpose.
Thank you. Kyle Wilson from Archipelago Investments. We are moving forward with construction of our project on 26 Spring Street, shown on the map above. And we are requesting the use of the sidewalk. And we've identified 4 parking spaces from October 15th through 2019 through January 15th of 2021. They're on the north side of Spring Street. We are working with the subcommittee of Town Council about looking at the drop-off and restriping with the burial of the power lines that is moving forward and taking place on Spring Street there as a separate matter. And this is looking to allow us to construct the building on this site and occupy that town way during construction. And so what we've shown here is the site, which is obviously in the middle of the block between Grace Church, Town Hall, the police station, the Masonic Lodge, and the Jones property on the east. We have accessible crosswalks that are at the intersection between Spring and Boltwood and the intersection of Spring and Churchill that are in place. What we've shown and presented is a sign on either side of the fencing that would say sidewalk closed. We look at a construction fencing that has a green privacy scrim that would be closed and a gate that would open as needed for construction. There is another option that would include additional crosswalks. We have not shown that because of the previous conversations we've had about the parking need, and I think if we introduced mid-block crosswalks, which we could if it was the town council's desire, it would just be a trade-off for parking spaces that are currently being used. Within that space is one of the poles that would be coming down, and then there are 4 parking spaces that we've all had discussions about and their use and how those are utilized. So that's what we are before you tonight to request.
So I want to be clear, this is actually 2 requests. One is for the sidewalk, the other is for 4 parking spaces?
Yes, we see those as one request, but
We don't.
If the town council
Thank
sees
you.
them as 2, then they're 2.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear to
Okay.
the council, that it's really 2 requests.
Okay.
One is to block the sidewalk for the period discussed, which is a period of about 15 months.
Correct.
And then the other is to take over the 4 parking spaces also for a period of 15 months,
Correct.
for which we would be reimbursed.
Correct.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council? Yes.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So my questions all are going to focus on the same area, so I'll say what it is, and that's disability access. And it's my understanding, as you described the crosswalks, in my recollection of I didn't go and look today, that the accessible crossings are the 2 you talked about at either intersection, that either Churchill Street side or the Boltwood side.
Correct.
And it appeared that the sidewalk is going to be completely closed, so that if somebody who would be coming with a wheelchair or other device that because of a disability would get to the closure point and then have to turn back unless there was some sort of signage to advise them of that prior to so that they didn't get up that far. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that correctly on behalf of the council, but also to ask secondarily whether there's been any consultation with the Disability Access Advisory Committee.
Mr.
So
Brockman.
Thank you. So I think the recommendation from staff is that you refer this to CRC, because I think there are a lot of details that need to be worked out and people to consult, including the building commissioner and Public Works and DAAC. And since there's already, Archipelago is already presenting to CRC, it might be the best place to sort of work out the details of their requests.
There is also in your packet a very lengthy, there's a memo with a number of very lengthy sets of minutes, et cetera, and particularly states that the applicant now returns to the town council to discuss the other two conditions listed here, and those are the conditions we're discussing. So the option is either to approve this or to refer both of these requests to the Community Resources Committee. Dorothy.
I remember that when this first came to the town, there were fewer units, and there was parking proposed. And now there are more units and no parking. And if the building took up less of the lot size, you would have better access and wouldn't have to make a sidewalk unusable for a whole year.
Additional comments, questions? Alyssa.
I'm just making sure I'm clear on how many different things we're doing tonight versus another night when we worked on Spring Street, and we already referred material to the CRC associated with the drop-off area. So we've got 3 motions for tonight. My question is, which of them are we intending to refer? Do we know it's this number of parking spaces, or are we thinking that number of parking spaces may also change, just as the sidewalk may change? The part about the conditions 9 and 21 being added to CRC's plate, which of these 3 things are people wanting us to refer, and which things can we act on now?
Okay, one of the reasons I wanted to make sure you understood it was actually 2 requests. One is the request with regard to closing the sidewalk, and that is the long-term closure of public way request for 26 Spring Street. The second is actually the request for the 4 meters again, for the space of 15 months, for which the town would be reimbursed $14,600. The question before the council is, do you want to approve either or both of those, or do you want to refer either or both of those to the Community Resource Committee? Kathy.
I'm comfortable with referring, but I wanted to make sure we raise some questions that committee would address. So on the one where there's a proposed bond of $35,000, if the sidewalk and the street need substantial repairs after the construction has occurred, $35,000 seems quite low, given what we've heard from DPW is the cost of installing crosswalks and sidewalks. So I'm wondering why the bond is as low as it is to guard against the risks. So it's a question around, is that the appropriate price? Then, in looking at the drawing, if the fence comes out into the street because it's covering the 4 parking spaces as well as the sidewalk, how much of the street is left for 2 cars to get by if their car's parked on the other side of the street? So, for businesses such as the Jeffrey Amherst Inn, which isn't the Jeffrey Amherst anymore, Boltwood, that street is very narrow. So I'm not sure if this is drawn to scale or not, on whether 2 cars can get by each other when other cars are parked on the south side of the street once you've put a fence out. Because I've seen some of the streets where only 1 car can get by. So do we create traffic for 15 months is a long period of time?
Okay. Additional questions or comments? Yes, Evan.
So I worry a little bit about a broader question here, which is when do we refer public way requests to CRC and when don't we? As a member of GOL who helped write the public ways policy, we divided everything into short-term, long-term, and permanent. short-term almost always delegated to the town manager, long-term and permanent, of course, being the jurisdiction of the town council, or remaining the purview of the town council. And I think when I was sitting in that seat helping with that policy, I never thought that a long-term parking reservation would ever be something that we would refer to a committee, but a permanent change would. I was comfortable referring the Spring Street, the previous Spring Street issue to the committee because that was a permanent thing that was being done to the streetscape, removing a potential parking space potentially to create an accessible drop-off space. This is long-term, and granted it's a long time, but it's a reservation of a sidewalk and a parking space. And while I hear staff concerns about, or staff questions about this and perhaps the need to refer to committee, I also do worry about whether or not any parking space reservation in the future, whether it's for 15 months or whether it's for 15 days, considering 14 days is the cutoff between long-term and short-term by our policy, will have to be referred to CRC. And so I'd love to actually hear a little bit from my colleagues on that question in particular.
Okay, thank you. Alyssa.
I'm not understanding in these cases versus the one we already referred, what CRC brings to the table here. I don't understand why staff hasn't already worked this out with the developer before it came to us, which is typically how things happen. And I realize there might have been delays of various types, but that's usually what happens is it's all been worked out before it gets here, not, oh, we'll meet with one of your committees later to work it out. So I'm not sure what's happening there. But my main concern at this point, in addition to the what is our standard referral, is what effect this has on construction. If we are preventing construction from beginning by not giving them the 4 spaces and not giving them the use of the sidewalk, that's not something I feel at all comfortable doing. So I need some more information on what the effect of our choice to not vote tonight would be.
Okay. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, would you like me to answer everything or just start there?
Whatever you'd like to say at this point.
Okay, in regards to the signs, we could absolutely go beyond the project site and look at signage on, at Churchill and at Boltwood, which would be simple kind of sandwich signs that could direct people before they got too far and saw the fencing in front of them. In regards to the ability to construct, we do have our building permit. We will be excavating shortly. The ability to work in an infill site is always tight, and trying to bring the housing downtown is something that's always going to require a little bit of leeway to allow for that to happen. The request for the parking was really to be able to stage as much as we could and keep anything within the fencing, everything that we could possibly keep within the fencing. In terms of the width of the street, we would not impose beyond what a normal car park there would be, so we wouldn't be beyond the parking spaces that are currently used starting about 8:30 every day. So we wouldn't reduce that width in any way, shape, or form. And we tried to keep it as tight as possible as shown and really try to be able to deliver the building and be able to construct on what is a very tight downtown site.
So let me ask another question.
Sure.
Have you considered some kind of structure with a roof that continues to leave the sidewalk open and also accessible for handicap?
Those structures are, there's liability associated with those structures. Effectively, you're walking through a construction site at that point because there'll be work occurring overhead. And it's a liability that we don't think the trade-off is there.
Okay. Are there additional questions?
I just going to build on that, but that's what I see throughout New York City.
Right.
They all take on that liability. I mean, the sidewalk stays open and we're walking under these things. So this is a decision because of the liability then.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, anything like a trade-off. I mean, those are, there's a lot of things in construction we could do. You know, you could shroud the entire thing in a fireproof wrap and then it would be a big sail and everything would stay tight, but then absolutely no dust or dirt or a piece of Tyvek would ever fly off a construction site, but it would incur great cost, to be able to do that.
Evan?
Maybe this was answered, but I'm not sure I heard what I was looking for in response to Alyssa's question. So the request that's in our packet is starting October 15th, which is before even our next meeting, and certainly before CRC would ever be able to render any type of recommendation. Right. Is the intention that construction is starting shortly after October 15th, and that a delay in this decision would delay the start of construction?
We have fencing that is within the bounds of the property right now, and we'll be beginning excavation before October 15th. So the intent was to get our building permit so then we could come before you and say, when could we, seek to occupy some of the sidewalks so that we could start to stage and get things ready for construction. So it would be, the construction will be starting in advance of the 15th, and then it will be when we would be able to, and if we would be able to, but hopefully when we would be able to impose a bit on the sidewalk and potentially the parking spaces.
Mr. Bachman?
If the developer needed access for a short term under 2 weeks, he could come to the town manager and get approval for a short-term reservation to meet the council's schedule.
Dorothy?
Have you spoken to the people at the church next door and about the sidewalk being blocked for that period of time?
Yeah, Dave Williams, my partner, has been a member of Grace Church for 40 years. So yeah, he's had discussions about the project extensively. We've also talked with the folks across the street at the Inn at Boltwood.
I guess I'm concerned based on the construction that you all did on East Pleasant Street and the extent to which the sidewalk was blocked for a very long period of time, leading to pedestrians being quite put out of their way, if you will, in a walkable downtown. And so I still come back to that issue of something that allows pedestrians to remain on the sidewalk on that side of the street. And you talked about the liability of that. Could you add some more to that?
So, for instance, that type of structure that is in big major metros and cities revolves around a fireproof enclosure that wraps all of that scaffolding. It creates a sail that is obviously accepts the wind much more than the scaffolding that we're required to put up to keep dust and dirt down. It is a, it's in situations where we're trying to build to have streetscape, like with the new Aya restaurant that people can walk right past, interact with. Being right on the property line, right on the sidewalk, is always going to result in that negotiation of is it worth the additional cost to these projects that we're trying to bring downtown, we being the town and the master plan, or is it worth imposing that liability and that additional cost? I think at 1 East Pleasant, the really difficult thing is the curb line is extremely close to the property line as a result of the realignment park from 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So there was very little room to go outside of that, especially with the grade change that occurred when the sidewalks were redone. So the ability to offer a place in a much busier street than we have here to cross was somewhat limited. And not being able to do that, if we did it further up, it was going to prevent people from walking past some of the businesses that would be between a sign on the corner and the construction fencing itself. So I think that's the trade-off that we're trying to discuss.
Are there additional questions? Mandy Jo.
So I did have one, but I wanted to mention, and I'm not going to read it, that today in what was left on my desk was something noted for the Community Resources Committee, and it actually relates to this. And so it's a public comment from a resident on this request that I will ask our town clerk to copy and get, because it's actually addressed to the whole town council and the Community Resources Committee, but I just got it this evening. So I just thought it would be nice to mention that someone did write in about this. with some concerns about taking up the 4 spots for a year and a half because of the heavy use that they do get. I have a question. At 1 East Pleasant, when you did that, you actually created with Jersey barriers and all, a sidewalk, essentially,
Correct.
that went in. Did you consider doing that for this project? And if so, why did you choose not to propose that?
The street is just not wide enough. It's a much narrower street, has much less, there is no business traffic of note other than the people coming in and out of the inn at Boltwood. Most of the traffic is really folks parking and walking to Town Hall. And if we were to impose with Jersey barriers, we'd be out in the street and we would be making it a one-lane street effectively.
Additional questions from the council? Okay. Yes, George.
The motion before us is to refer. Is that at least one of the
No, there's
choices?
there are
Two
three-
motions, right? No,
Three
three
motions.
motions, yes.
One is with regard to the actual public way, which is the sidewalk. The second motion is with regard to the
Right.
4 parking meters.
Right.
And the third motion, which is only an option,
Right.
would be to refer this to the Community Resources Committee.
I do not see, from what I'm hearing, that referral to CRC makes a lot of sense. So if perhaps the CRC chair or someone could speak to that. This seems to me is not an unreasonable request, given an infill development and given the tightness of the entire space, the nature of the street. So I would not be in favor of referral to CRC, at least from what I've heard so far.
Okay. Any other council comments? Mandy Jo?
As chair, I'm not sure I can speak to it. We would attempt to answer the questions that were brought up tonight if it is referred to us, but if that's the council's prerogative, and if the council feels they can vote tonight, that we can do that.
Okay. Alyssa?
I feel like all the questions have been answered, so I don't see any reason why CRC would need to revisit them. They're being answered as we're asking them. I understand that there's some discomfort with perhaps wishing we would be doing things a different way, whether it's the development itself or the way we use barriers here. I do want to point out that it is a significantly different project than the one over by East Pleasant Street. The streetscape there, in terms of people walking back and forth, it had a huge impact. This has a much smaller impact. It doesn't have none, it's certainly true. It has some, but much larger. And in fact, we made a mistake when we first set up the diversion over by East Pleasant Street, and then developer worked with Rob Moore to fix it, because it was worse when it started. And so this is the kind of thing that if once you get in there, there seems to be a way of tweaking it. I feel confident that that could be done, but if there is no ability to tweak it, I'm also confident that this does not see anywhere near the foot traffic that section of town where businesses were actually feeling like people couldn't access their businesses because of the way it worked on East Pleasant.
Andy?
I'd like to make a motion so that we can have something to
I have
move
to
us along.
This was actually listed for public comment, so before we move to a motion, I would like to ask if there's anybody out there who would like to make public comment on these particular requests. Okay, seeing none. Andy?
Okay. I'm going to move to authorize the temporary use of the public way of 26 Spring Street from October 15, 2019 to January 15, 2021.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. The further discussion?
What was that closing date? Did he say 21?
Yes, 2021. So 15 months. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. No further comments. Call the question. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. And abstain? So, 1, 2, 3. So it was 9. Athena, what was the vote? We can't hear you.
8 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions.
Okay?
No, 2 absent.
And 2 absent. No, but we have 11 people here tonight. Right. Okay. We're moving on to the next question. And do I have a motion? Andy?
I move to approve the application for Archipelago Investments LLC for reservation of 4 metered parking spaces on the north side of Spring Street as reflected on the map dated October 7, 2019. From October 15, 2019 to January 15, 2021, 24 hours per day for a fee of $10 per meter for a total of $14,600.
Is there a second? George, any further discussion? All those, yes.
Should it say per meter per day? Just to be clear, instead of just $10
Take that as a
per
friendly,
meter.
we'll take that as a friendly amendment. So it's $10 per meter per day. Any further questions? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
And abstain. Athena?
8 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 other quick items before we move on to the presentation and discussion with the university. The first one is general public comment. This is excluding 6A, which is the discussion with the university regarding the P3 projects, 6B, which is the community dialogue regarding the 4 major capital projects, and 7A, which we have already discussed. Are there any people who would like to make other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to item 5, which is proclamations and commemorations. The proclamation before us is in honor of the Kanagasaki, who is our sister city in Japan, for their 40th anniversary of Lifelong Learning Center. This event will be attended by Doreen Cunningham, Assistant Superintendent of Diversity, Equity, and Human Resources from the Amherst Regional Public Schools. Is there a GOL discussion, either Mandy Jo or George?
GOL did meet and discuss this and recommended that the council, we determined it to be clear, actionable, and consistent. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Is there any further discussion or question? Yes, Mandy Jo.
I would just ask that Lynn's name get onto the first page when we finally figure out how to print it, so it's a 1-page proclamation.
Thank you. I didn't want to try to mess with that. Okay. Any further questions? Okay, then the motion is to approve the Kanagasaki 40th Anniversary Lifelong Center proclamation. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Fine. Okay. So I'd like to welcome our colleagues from the University of Massachusetts. Some of you may want to come forward. If you would like to have more than 2 people sitting, bring another chair up with you. So let me preface our meeting tonight by saying we live in a college town. We are the town, and one of our neighbors, in fact, 3 of our neighbors, are higher education institutions. And those of you in the audience that are students come to us as either permanent or temporary residents of our town, and we're glad to have you here. We want this conversation to be respectful. I want to remind you that there are no demonstrations of clapping, hooting, or anything else. In addition to that, there are no signs allowed or posters or demonstrations in this room. Okay? With that, in the interest of full disclosure, I would like those counselors who have any association with the University of Massachusetts to let that be known at this time. I start with myself. I have a long affiliation with the University of Massachusetts Donahue Institute, which at this time is part of the UMass President's Office. Alyssa?
I have a long disclosure on file that includes the fact that my husband's a faculty member at UMass and that I happen to work on the campus, although not for the university. And my children went to Marks Meadow. Their friends lived at North Village. We used to live next door to Nancy Buffone. There's a long history there, so that's why that disclosure is rather extensive.
Steve?
I'm a professor.
Okay. And Evan?
Employed by the university as a faculty member.
Are there any others? Okay. Yes, George?
And last but not least, my wife is a faculty member at the university.
Okay. That does not prevent any of us from engaging in this conversation in that we have all filed non-disclosure agreements, or in that we have filed full disclosure agreements. Dorothy?
I don't know if
Darcy.
this counts, but my daughter works at UMass.
Oh, wow.
I live near UMass.
We all live near UMass, I hate to tell you. So, with that, would you please introduce yourselves and then proceed with your statements? Please make sure the light's on, state your name. If you live in Amherst, let us know that. If you don't, let us know that.
Hi, I'm Nancy Buffone. I'm Associate Vice Chancellor for University Relations at UMass, and I do live in Amherst.
Hi, good evening. Shane Conklin, the Associate Vice Chancellor for Facilities and Campus Services at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. I'm a resident of the town of Hadley.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tony Maroulis, Executive Director of External Relations and University Events. I am in the 01002 zip code, but in Pelham.
Okay.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. When you speak, make sure you speak into the mic because we are trying to pick this up for recording as well. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. We do appreciate you having us here this evening so that we can share some news about our upcoming student housing projects. You may know that UMass is currently the 6th largest residential campus in the country. We currently house 14,300 undergraduate students on our campus, which is approximately 67% of our undergraduate students, and that is higher than most institutions our size. We're here today to talk about our proposed public-private partnership. We really started these conversations with the town about housing and public-private partnerships about 6 years ago with the formation of the Town Gown Steering Committee. And there have been many conversations over the years about student housing issues. So our goal has been on campus, we want to build more housing to help alleviate the pressure on our local neighborhoods and on the local housing market, while also providing attractive and safe housing for our students. So through the work of the Town Gown Steering Committee, we did engage an outside consultant named U3 Advisors, and they helped us to develop a plan. And in that plan, there were 4 areas that were identified as potential sites for development. Mass Avenue on the campus near the Visitor Center area, University Drive on UMass property, North Pleasant Street, which is the area of North Pleasant Street, also known as the Gateway, that section between the campus and the town, and North Village. So shortly after the report was finalized, the trustees for the university system created a process where the campuses could engage a public-private partnership to do building projects. And for us, this is an alternative financing method. What it allows us to do is build housing without using our debt capacity, which is limited, and that way we can invest those resources into our core mission and the academic experience while still working with an outside developer to provide housing for our students. Tony?
So I just want to give a little timeline of our process to this point. Our first step, as you may all know, was to issue a request for information, or an RFI. UMass Amherst officials presented an overview of this P3 process in the draft RFI in March 2017 to the University Town of Amherst Collaborative. And we also met with town hall staff to discuss our goals and objectives. At the time, I really want to stress that the RFI was really our kitchen sink approach, as it was called in the paper. We were looking at everything from student housing, of course, to a conference center, to an indoor athletics facility and the like, to just gauge interest to see what developers might come back with. And the RFI was issued in June of 2017. Following review of those RFI responses, most of them, or all of them, were mostly concerned or interested in the student housing component. The next step in the process was a financial options analysis. To achieve this, we sought and received trustee approval in September of 2018. Following that work, the next step is the crafting and issuance of an RFP, not an RSVP. I'm sorry. We surveyed our undergraduate students, particularly to see their thoughts on the locations identified in the U3 report, which Nancy identified just a few seconds ago. Mass Ave was overwhelmingly favored by our students for its proximity to both core campus buildings and the downtown. Fast forward to spring of 2019. With a focus on Mass Avenue, we again met with the town manager and his staff and town councilor Mandy Jo Haneke with additional details about how our internal thinking on the project was developing. From that conversation and feedback, we updated our thinking and approaches to mitigate traffic and pedestrian impacts. And then again, fast forward to the day of the board vote on September 5th. We called town manager and District 1, 3, and at-large town councilors, connecting with most, not all. We've tried to be as transparent as we could throughout this process while recognizing the need to wait for approvals and to speak with our students who are impacted by these changes. And so throughout all of this, we have also spoken with town leaders and the Amherst School Superintendent after that vote in September about the needs for North Village families and possible ways we could accommodate residents in North Village in the event of closure. We discussed residential impact and keeping families in the Wildwood School District.
Okay, I'm just going to give the council a brief overview of the project. This is a project that has, as Nancy mentioned, the goals and objectives are to try to increase on-campus apartment-style housing for our students and establish modern graduate family housing. We are combining these projects for economies of scale. Through the process we're required to follow with our Board of Trustees, we conducted a market soundings, which allows us to go and talk to 10, 12 national developers that compete in this market to just better understand some of the options with the project. And one of the great benefits would be economies of scale, both from a schedule perspective and from a cost perspective. In terms of the size, Mass Ave, as Nancy mentioned and Tony mentioned, is the space that the students had identified. Over 72% of the students surveyed identified that of all of the areas that the U3 Advisors Report had identified as the primary choice. And that is, again, because of the adjacency to campus and the connection along North Pleasant Street along Mass Ave to the downtown area. Some may have been involved, but we completed a campus master plan in 2012 that identified the Mass Ave corridor as a great opportunity for development and to try to create more of a street front there. And so in terms of the numbers for that Mass Ave site, we're looking at approximately 730 undergraduate beds to be sited at that location. And then, as you may know, Lincoln Apartments is currently within that Mass Ave corridor. It's a housing location that is not worthy of reinvestment based on studies. And so we plan on replacing kind of in place there up to about 165 beds of graduate family housing, graduate singles, so graduate students without families in that area. And then in North Village, the plan is to replace what is currently there. It was a facility that also has been studied and is not deemed to be cost-effective to reinvest. It was built in 1971 as a temporary housing facility, and the staff have done a great job in res facilities to just maintain the space, keep it up over the years, but many units are offline. Nearly half are offline currently due to deficiencies specific to units. There's also significant underground infrastructure utilities that have issues, and so the plan is to replace there about approximately 240 beds of graduate family housing.
Sorry. So we recognize that, especially for our students who live in North Village, this is a big change for them, and we've been working to do what we can to mitigate the impact. So immediately following the trustee vote on September 6th, the residents there were all notified that this project would be taking place and that there would need to be a relocation, which we wanted to get word out as quickly as we could. That was about 10 months notice. And what we then started to do was set up a staff member who is meeting individually with each of the families to find out what are their needs and what are the considerations that we need to take into account. We also, this afternoon, had an open meeting with the residents in North Village for about 2 hours. We got a lot of questions and a lot of good discussion and a lot of things that we can now follow up with in the future with them. So we also sent out an RFI to the landlords or the apartment complex property managers in North Amherst, and this is in line with what I think Tony said about trying to relocate these students in the Wildwood School District and as close to their community in North Village as we could. And so we are now working with the property owners at Brandywine and Presidential. They will be able to house the students. And for those students who do take advantage of university-secured housing, they will continue to pay the rates that they are currently paying at North Village, plus whatever customary inflationary increases there are even now. The university will be covering the rest of the rent. They will not be required to pay first or last month, and we already have a security deposit on hold for their North Village apartments. We are also going to cover their utilities. Right now, the students who live in North Village pay a monthly technology fee, which they will continue to pay, but the university will be covering the rest of the expenses, as well as providing moving services to those residents. And as part of all this, we are working with our university council to make sure that we're meeting any state regulations and laws. So that's kind of the big overview. We are starting to work on the RFP and expect that the procurement process will begin in earnestly just later this fall. And our plan is to consult with our students through this process and with town leaders. And we're happy to take questions.
Okay, we're going to begin with council questions, and then we will move to public comment. Council questions. Dorothy.
I'm glad to hear the new plans that you're developing. I think it's very important to keep the community together and not to put people around, which would create isolation. Another factor that came up in some of the discussion was the proposed closing of the family center. And I went there for 2 years before I lived in Amherst, drove up from Connecticut to take care of my granddaughter, knew nobody in town, met graduate students from UMass and people from the town of Amherst, and I think that's another structure that really is needed. So many people spoke to me at a brunch this weekend who lived in such villages when they were graduate students and talked about them as great years. So I hope you can keep the community together.
That, of course, is our intention, and that is part of the presidential and Brandywine piece, is to keep everyone as close as they were to that, in close proximity to each other. Both of those complexes are very near each other, and of course, we are very mindful of the Wildwood School District and the community that has been created there as well. Additionally, all the resources that the town has put into Wildwood for that have been in support of some of our families as well. So yes, we are conscious of that. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Yes, Alyssa?
So a couple of things more associated with families. Thank you for covering so many issues. So North Village has a number of play areas that Presidential and Brandywine don't. So talk to us a little bit about that and how that's going to be accommodated, because that's obviously part of the community sense of it, is that you can go out on the playground and meet with the other families. And then also whether or not Presidential and Brandywine will be able to accommodate all of them, because then we can have a separate conversation about all the tenants that's pushing out of Presidential and Brandywine, who are now going to be in our regular housing market. And then coming back to the family center, is there any, it's not just a comment, as Dorothy made. I would ask that it be actually maintained for until the time of the closure. And so what's the thinking on that?
Go ahead.
Until it reopens.
I think the first part on the family center, I don't think that we're ready to comment on that one right here. I think that at this point, we can take that back and bring those concerns of the council back to the administration. With regard to the playground, we do have a playground right now or play structure that is a part of North Village. We hope to talk to Brandywine to discuss the possibility of donating that same play structure to that complex. The middle question, I'm sorry, Counselor, I have forgotten. I apologize, or it's just slipped my mind.
Whether Brandywine, not accepting other tenants and between Brandywine and Presidential, they can accommodate every family.
Yes, between the two, there is enough inventory for next year to accommodate the families of North Village.
Okay. Additional questions from the council? Sarah?
I realize that this question is a ways off because you're still looking for people who are going to build and how the partnership will work. I just sort of wanted to echo what other people are saying. I know a lot of families, like when I was going to UMass, who lived in North Village, and they're very worn down. I definitely think something has to be done, but I'm hoping that what we find is that when you start into a partnership, that we're striving to keep it for families and graduate students with families, and also the pricing stays, obviously there's inflation, but somewhat the same, because as far as I know, it's been invaluable for families to be able to live so close to each other and just have kids be out and together and roaming around. So for me, I definitely see where, this needs to be done, but I'm hoping that we'll continue in the spirit that North Village is right now.
So the North Village will continue to be for families only. I do want to clarify that it is for undergraduate and graduate students with families, so not just graduate student, but it will be families only, and we hear the concerns about cost and share them.
Yes, Evan.
So I want to go back to some of the numbers of units or beds that were thrown out. So 240 in North Village, was that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it currently? Is there an increase? Is it staying the same?
It's approximately going to be the same capacity for the families. Right now, there are a number of graduate students who live there without children, and so there will be just graduate families there, and now at the Lincoln site, we're increasing the number of graduate singles rooms there from about 115 that currently are at Lincoln to about 150. So there's about 50 units in North Village that traditionally have not had children, so we're going to move that down so that it can really be a family community.
So for family housing, likely a net increase in North Village, you're saying?
It's going to be about what we've had for families. Yep.
And then I just wanted to confirm again, you said that approximately 50% of North Village units are currently offline because they are not able to be?
Yeah. Yep. I think 70 to 100 are offline. Yep.
Additional questions? Steve?
So I'm not sure who this question's for, but how does local zoning play into this? So normally when UMass develops, it's exempt from local zoning because it itself is a state, it's an entity of the state, but how does that apply in this particular case?
In this case, we will be ground leasing space to a developer that would not be subject to the local zoning that goes with the land. From the other P3s in the state, that's been the case.
Kathy?
While let's assume you can accommodate everyone who is currently with you and will be in new quarters, will you be admitting other families with children, and where are you going to put them? And then is there a plan on reuniting? You've had a community of graduate students with kids who were together, so would you maybe not admit one group? So what happens in the interim period as you're building and you've taken housing offline and bringing a new group in to bring groups back together?
Sure. I can start by just saying that there's North Village with 100 units, we have thousands of graduate students. So we currently have over 98% of our graduate students are living in the community currently. And so we talked today about how we have an off-campus, within Res Life and Student Affairs, there's an off-campus housing office that works very closely with students about off-campus housing options.
With regard to the students that will be relocated to temporary housing within Brandywine and Presidential, they will have, if they are still students with us, will have the right to come back to the North Village complex and pay the same rent that they are paying, plus the customary increases that have been mentioned before. So we intend to bring that community back together. In the interim, we have not been, for those units that we have taken offline, we've kept them offline and have not brought in new families into the North Village complex as units have been taken off. So there is no intention over the course of the 2-year period to add to this arrangement within Presidential and Brandywine.
Dorothy?
When you keep the ownership of the land and, I forget it was lease a contractor to build the building, first of all, does UMass have an energy plan and project? And if so, would it apply to such an apartment?
Sure, with respect to utilities and energy efficiency? Yeah, so we would fully expect to articulate campus goals, standards, objectives with respect to sustainability as part of the request for proposal project.
Additional questions from the council? Let me just ask, was there any way you could have staged North Village?
Sure. So we certainly, in both cases of Lincoln and North Village, thought about opportunities to try to phase and stage. In the case of North Village, it's a very dense construction area, or current build area, and so it would be extremely unsafe to have a major construction project, including demolition and all of the construction around families and children who are on bikes in roads. And so safety was the #1 issue. In addition, at North Village, the underground infrastructure is very old, and the way it snakes through the development, it makes it really not feasible to effectively leave utilities on in one section. And in addition, because there are 100 units, upwards of 100 units offline, they're not all in one location. So there's no opportunity to put all of the residents into, let's say, one section because there's just not enough units.
Okay, thank you. Are there additional questions? Mandy Jo.
So while our local zoning may not apply to building in your UMass buildings in Amherst, do you have any plans to let Amherst planners see what those buildings might look like and have some sort of maybe some say or comment period in what is planned when the drawings are done?
Yes, I think we would expect to consult with the town officials. Yep.
Darcy.
I'm just wondering if there's any plan when the families are giving you their information about what their needs are, if that includes being near other families, being grouped together in a way similar to the way they're living now, if their children play together or whatever. And so that's question #1. And I also am interested in knowing what are the sustainability standards that UMass needs to follow for buildings?
So I can answer the question about how we're talking with the
Please
students.
speak into the mic, Nancy. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer the question about the students. As part of these one-on-one meetings, those questions are being asked and will continue to be asked. We'll do our very best to make accommodations as we can.
With respect to sustainability specifically, our campus standards currently are to construct all new construction as LEED Silver. And in addition, I would expect for this type of RFP process for us to define what the state of Massachusetts Department of Energy identifies as efficient, very energy efficient installations of HVAC. So that's generally what we do.
We'd hope that you wouldn't be using fossil fuels for heating.
Sure. So in this case, as you know, there is a gas moratorium, so there would not be the ability for a developer to have access to any more natural gas. So it would be most likely electric. Yep.
Are there additional questions from the council? Alyssa.
When you work with contractors under this type of arrangement, which I realize is still fairly new to UMass, we're one of the early projects, and we appreciate the ground that was broken in other campuses, is in terms of prevailing wage and in terms of preference for local workers, because that was always a concern in the past about the fact that if it's a private developer, they're not required to pay the same wages as if UMass is doing the development.
Sure. The experience thus far has been that the two projects in the university system have both paid prevailing wages. And in terms of labor, any developer is going to require local labor to staff a job. They're not going to be traveling across the country. So we would expect there to be a local job presence. In addition, we would in the RFP process, obligate the development teams most likely to work through our women and minority business percentages that we have as goals on all of our projects with respect to the design and construction.
Additional questions? Am I correct that neither of these facilities will eventually pay property tax to the town of Amherst?
That's correct. The current projects in the state of Massachusetts that have been the first two public-private partnerships at two other campuses in the UMass systems currently are tax exempt.
Okay.
They are currently tax exempt.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? All right. In seeking comments from the audience or from the public, first of all, don't go far away. So you might want to move to the side so that people can come forward. And we might need to put another chair up here. Thank you. So I'd like to ask people who are interested in speaking to the issue of the P3 proposed for Massachusetts Avenue to raise your hands. Those people who are interested in speaking to the P3 development that is proposed for Massachusetts Avenue. Okay, let's start back here, Irv Rhodes. Please come forward, state your name, state where you live, and make sure you have signed in. And make sure the mic's on. And we'd like you to keep your remarks to 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Irv Rhodes.
Is the light on?
Looks like it's on. Paul has electricity in his hands. Well, I have a couple of questions, and the P3 has always been of interest to me. As a citizen of Amherst who pays taxes, I'm always interested in projects that would produce taxable income to the town. Now, P3s traditionally around the country have split into two kinds. One's where the private developer is a nonprofit, and where the private developer is a for-profit entity. The ground lease in some of these projects controls how taxes could come back to the town. What my question is, and I've always been interested in it because when I follow it here in Massachusetts, for the three that exist, I think there's three, that I believe that they do not produce any taxable income to the towns that are involved. And I believe, and I'd like to be corrected on this, that private developer is a nonprofit entity. Is that correct? Because if it's a profit-making entity...
We'll ask you to assemble your questions, and then we'll ask people to answer them.
Yes. So what my understanding is that the three that I know of are I think that they are nonprofit entities. So the ground lease goes to a nonprofit entity. If it were a profit-making entity, then there would be a question of whether that would generate taxable income to the town. It is a choice. I do not know whether it is a legislative issue that caused the precedents here in this state to go only for entities that would provide no taxable income to the towns that they're involved. So I'm really wanting to focus upon what are the issues that prevents this from happening and the obstacles that prevents this from happening in this case. We're talking about a huge project in terms of millions of dollars, and we would never have this kind of property development in town to equal this in years. Well, in fact, we don't have that much developable property in this town to do that.
Okay, thank you. Would Shane, I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, great, thank you. With respect to the two projects in the UMass system, at UMass Boston and UMass Dartmouth, both of those projects had established a 501c3 tax-exempt entity that helped issue the debt. There are a number of different types of public-private partnership deal structure options that we'll pursue and analyze as part of our procurement. And then in terms of the second piece, in terms of kind of the driver on the taxes and to the towns, our trustees and as a campus, we're very concerned about student fees. And so to the extent it is taxable, those costs need to get covered by the project. And so that is an extensive increase potentially in the cost of living in those spaces.
Additional comments on the Mass Avenue project? Please come forward. I really have to ask that you keep your comments to a minimum.
Begging the chair's indulgence, I actually have to speak on the issue of the Mass Ave project and the scope of it, also the issue of displacement of residents in North Village and Lincoln Apartments, and finally on the lack of a town gown committee at present. That's what I want to speak to, and it's not 2 minutes.
Get going.
Thank you. I am John Hornick, a resident of Amherst, and I am speaking on behalf of the Amherst Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. At its last meeting on September 12th, the Housing Trust discussed the university's plan, and actually the town manager asked that I talk to town council about our conversation. I have 4 points to make. First, I want to say that the trust members were very supportive of the goals of replacing existing housing and adding a significant number of new residential units on campus. However, we have some reservations about the short and long-term implications of the plans. In the short term, members were very concerned about displacement of families in North Village and graduate students in Lincoln Apartments. In particular, based upon the expert knowledge and experience of several of our members, they questioned whether federal and state statutes, specifically under the Uniform Relocation Act requirements, will be followed. Since the university has announced a plan shared with town council, it appears to commit itself to meeting at least some of the requirements of the Uniform Relocation Act for North Village. This is a very positive step. Nonetheless, we think town council should ask the following questions of the university. A, does the plan also apply to residents of Lincoln Apartments? B, will the university file a formal plan under the Uniform Relocation Act for review by the Department of Housing and Community Development, Office of Relocation? And C, will the university report to the town on the success of its efforts to resettle residents? 3, looking at the long term, we are concerned about whether the problem of housing affordability has been adequately addressed. Costs of both home ownership and apartment rentals have been rising quickly in Amherst. Many people report being priced out. Available community data shows confirming trends. We recognize that the planned on-campus development and other developments in town may ameliorate these trends, but probably not to a great extent. What we can say with confidence is that there is a huge gap between on-campus residential units and student enrollments. I think I have supplied to you, I don't know if you received it, a copy of a figure showing consistent and disturbing trends over the past 18 years. Student enrollment growth has been much greater than the growth of on-campus residential capacity, and that contributes to the undersupply of housing units in Amherst overall. The gap is now so large, probably over 17,000, that it is difficult to see how known new developments can overcome it. And it does not help that the university has just enrolled about 800 new students beyond their own expectations this fall. While I understand that these new enrollees were immediately accommodated by stretching the existing campus residential capacity, we must assume that these students will be seeking more appropriate housing than doubles that are triples and lounges that have become quadruples next year and the year after. Where will they go? And
John.
what is the chance that the university will accept additional new students above and beyond what their models show? One way to understand let me skip over that. As the major landlord in Amherst, the university controls most of the supply. As it makes decisions on student enrollment, it controls most of the demand. Thus, when demand outstrips supply, the university has a very large impact, and it creates problems not only for students, but for people who work for the university, people who work for the town, and people who work for local businesses. In our current circumstances, Amherst is well on the road to becoming a community of students and empty nesters. Town councilors and others have been asking me whether the Housing Trust recognizes the needs of people who work in Amherst, who want to live in Amherst, and cannot afford to. The Housing Trust is committed to working to establish new affordable housing units. But on the larger issue of housing affordability, it is up to town council to develop a plan with the university that will better balance the housing supply and demand in the future.
I have to ask you to please stay with the topic of the university's proposed housing.
Well, what I'm saying is the university's proposal is a good first step, but it is inadequate for the reasons that I am explaining. I think that's consistent. We believe that the town and the university should act to reestablish the town gown committee to discuss these issues and future plans. A good first step would be to hold the line on new enrollments until the housing supply is significantly increased. A second step is to reestablish the town gown committee with the goal of developing joint plans for new housing. The existence or the past existence of this committee was mentioned, and while some of the goals have been met, other recommendations have not been followed or not fully implemented. And so I think it's past time to do that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, John. Would either of you like to address any of the questions or issues brought up at this time?
Mr. Hornick has invited us to present on Thursday at the Amherst Housing Trust meeting. Mm-hmm. At that time, I think that we could fully articulate a response and have a conversation about that, but perhaps in the interest of time, we might let others speak, unless there's anything that...
And could you just tell us what time that meeting is and
That's
where?
at 7 p.m., I believe.
And in the first floor meeting room of Town Hall.
Okay. I'm looking to the town manager to see whether he'd like to move that meeting to a slightly larger place. Thank you. Are there other people who would like to speak only to the issue of Mass Ave? And I am now restricting you to 2 minutes. There was somebody else back there before or over here. Then please come forward.
Amy Zuckerman, resident, 117 Brittany Manor Drive in Amherst. Came here 45 years ago to begin my news career at the Amherst Record. My one thing to say is I was on the Master Plan Committee in 2006 and 2007 for economic development. The traffic in this town is horrendous. There's no parking. I'm totally supportive of anything that will be housing, but the parking and traffic issues have to be addressed for the university. I've talked to the town manager about issues relating to car sharing, and that has to be addressed with any housing issue. Okay, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Are there any other comments regarding Mass Ave? Okay, then I'm going to move to the other issue, and that is those questions with regard to North Village and also Lincoln Apartments. Connie?
I'll try to be really brief. There's a lot of people I think who want to speak to you. But I wanted to comment on two things, and this is a topic that really interests me, having worked on town gown housing issues for many years. First of all, when we're talking about the responses to providing options for existing residents, until we know if the Uniform Relocation Act applies and if a plan has to be filed, basically, in short, it says that if a public agency takes an action that creates a situation where people have to move either temporarily or permanently, a plan has to be filed, and most of the things that were described are required under that law. So while it's very nice to think about keeping people together and keeping the rent the same, the way I read those statutes, that would actually be required anyway. So it's really critical, I think, for us to know, both from our own town attorney and from the university attorneys, if the Mass General Law that we're talking about applies. I can give you the citations, but I don't think you need to know that. I've met with Mr. Maroulis. He knows what the citations are. So I think it's critical to understand that, because otherwise we're just talking about what would be good or what people need, and that's covered under that act for this very point. And just a little quick walk down memory lane, because I think it's germane. You may or may not know that 30 years ago, in 1990, the town engaged with the university and our surrounding communities on a report, Regional Commission on Affordable Housing Needs of Academic Communities. And I would say nothing has changed, but only become more so since then. So very briefly, I just want to give you a couple of things from this, because this is a major housing issue for the town of Amherst. Both, you've said talk about one or the other project. It's really an overarching issue. Affordable housing problems can't be reduced to a single cause. The decline, when a region is an attractive place to live, as in the Pioneer Valley, national trends combined with local conditions drive prices up and limit the supply of housing. And then what we see is any housing UMass can produce will reduce the competition for the limited available private rental stock in the region, but not necessarily in Amherst, because it's the, quote, town of preference for many people in the Pioneer Valley. High demand for housing in Amherst will continue irrespective of the new housing production levels. We're getting some new production levels. We're still going to have a lot of demand. More people would move into Amherst from surrounding towns if more units become available. Consequently, production in Amherst may raise the vacancy rates in surrounding towns rather than in Amherst. And then I'm going to wrap up. Finally, aside from all economic and political arguments, academic institutions have a social responsibility to participate and demonstrate leadership in addressing the housing problem. The university should be a central participant in responding to this problem, and I'm delighted that they are participating now, but I really have felt their absence at the table to talk about housing. So I think we want to encourage that, but maybe this is the beginning of a new era of a partnership around solving some of the housing problems that affect the university and the town mutually. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Part of me wants to suggest you provide your book to the town.
The town owns it. It's their book.
Okay, there
This
you
is
go.
my personal copy,
Maybe
but
they'll
it's-
make it available online.
It's available, and we'll set you up.
Thank you. Additional comments way in the back there? Yes, you. Hello?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for arranging this today. This is really critical for us. My name is Xiao Yu, and I'm a graduate student in UMass, and I'm also a resident of North Village. And I have some questions just in general. How does Amherst as a city hold the university accountable for establishing a community that is welcoming, diverse, and family-friendly? I'm thinking about this private-public partnership. How's that going to roll out, and how's the city, Amherst, holding the school accountable for that? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments? Yes, in the center. Meg?
Thank you. Meg Gage, District 1. I'm here representing the
District 1 Neighborhood Association in support of our friends and neighbors at North Village. I appreciate many of the comments that the councilors made and that reflect understanding of the issues that are important to us. I don't want to repeat things, and I know how tight your schedule is. I want to then give my personal experience of what an extremely special neighborhood and community North Village is. I first became involved with North Village over 30 years ago when my kids were at Marks Meadow. The first year they were there were 22 languages, native languages spoken by those children. The kids had partners, so my son Simon in kindergarten, his pal was Gal, who only spoke Hebrew when he arrived. Our other son, Matt's close friend, was the son of Peter Karethi, who was a exile from Kenya, the Moi government, where he'd been imprisoned and was teaching at the journalism department, and his wife and 2 kids were also there. North Village is diverse in really diverse ways. It's an international community of highly educated people from literally every continent. Maybe not, I don't know, never met anybody from Australia, but pretty much most parts of the world. And I'm concerned, I'm representing District 1 Neighborhood Association. We're grateful for the university making this offer, and we appreciate it very much. We're worried about this community continuing into the future and the tension between affordable housing and for-profit development. And we want to be sure that everybody understands the very special nature of North Village, and we'll do everything we can to continue to have a family-friendly, low-income neighborhood in town that celebrates this part of the university the way North Village is.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
Hi, I'm Marcus Opolnik. I live in North Village. Adding to the topic of diversity, a lot of the people who are in North Village don't have support structures. Like, for example, I have family in the area. I have a support structure to fall back on. Their support structure is the university. If you've ever been in an earthquake, has anyone ever been in an earthquake? Yeah. The ground beneath you shakes. You don't have any grounding. You feel, well, basically ungrounded. And this is what the families feel like. A lot of them are scared. A lot of them are nervous. And the university should be proud that they have such a diverse place, but these people don't have a lot of support structures to fall back on. And when something like this happens, they've already planned on, oh, we feel safe, we feel secure. Some of them are pregnant. Some of them were planning on starting families. Some of them just gave birth. And I just feel that the $200 million that's devoted to that project, I'm not seeing a lot of transparency as to what percentage goes to rehousing, what percentage goes to the mental anguish. A lot of the graduate students have dissertations, they have finals, they have a lot of stuff going on right now. And I don't see any percentages. It's just $200 million for this facility that they're gonna build. And I'd like to know how the town council can help ground and make the people of North Village a little bit more grounded or feel more secure in their current situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments on North Village, way in the back, closest to the aisle. I can't.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Is that on? Cool.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Is
green,
it-
but I was a little bit worried. All right, so my name is Dan Kennedy. I live in Northampton now. In terms of affiliation with the university, I was a graduate student. I am a staff member now. And the comment that I want to make is really focused on affordability of housing in Amherst. You have 90 families that are going to be displaced. That's not including the people who are being displaced from Lincoln, who are going to enter a market that might have room for them. It might not. The university is also looking to, they've already said they're looking to move people not into the contracted or leased housing for those 90 units, but putting them into looking at Craigslist and the off-campus housing. So they're really entering that housing market for at least 2 years, assuming there's no pushback, that there's no delays in development, that the new housing opens. And it's also looking at having more students. That's all going to lead to a lot more affordability issues for housing. So I wonder if there's anything that's been looked at in terms of how to accommodate all of these new people entering the market. And it is competitive. Like, I don't live in Amherst because I can't afford it. I would love to have like a 5-minute commute. So looking at that, looking at making sure that there's bus routes or public funds that are available to help people commuting. And also, when you have students who are coming in and having limited income, a lot of international students have a cap. They cannot earn more than a certain amount. They can't work outside of the university. They have limited income. If they're spending more on housing, that also means they're spending less at local businesses, less on other goods that the town could benefit from. So thinking about that strategically and making sure that the funds are still flowing from people into the city itself and into the town rather than just into the university. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. There were 2 other people way in the back near where this gentleman was sitting.
My name is Alexandra Deschamps. I am a vested employee of the University of Amherst, and I hire a large number of graduate students. I'm a member of the PSU union, and I fully support the GO union as well. I live in Sunderland because I cannot afford to live in Amherst. I have a few questions that have been given to me. One is that many of the students, graduate students specifically, who have been affected would like an opportunity to speak with the town council and request that a forum be planned to speak with you directly. There is simply, obviously, not enough time here for you to hear all of that. So we would like to see that request recorded and thought on. I would like to also mention that reports show that the number of 17-year-olds in the country is going down. These projects are remarkably short-sighted. This year obviously saw an increase in the number of applicants to the university and the incoming individuals, and the next few years might as well. However, by the time these projects are done, it is very likely that the number of applicants to the University of Amherst will decrease. So much so that both the University of Massachusetts President's Office and the campus itself are thinking about increasing their online offerings, and University Without Walls has become a major strategic goal for the university because they are aware that the number of young students, incoming freshmen, will decrease. It is our duty to make sure that the graduate students, the individuals who are coming here from all around the world, are given the opportunity to gain the education that they deserve. And I would similarly like to point, as Dan, that the graduate students are the folks who stay here during the summer. They contribute to the town economy. They send their children, they pay for and send their children to the summer programs. When we reduce the number of graduate students who comprise a huge amount of the workforce of the campus, we are doing a disservice to the entire town and to the university. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one other hand back in that far corner. Perhaps, yes. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Lena Akhtar. I am the partner of a current UMass Amherst graduate student, and we live in East Hampton in no small part because the housing market here was too expensive for us. I'm an organizational consultant that works on equity, inclusion, and diversity, focusing on the pressures that force people out of academia. I want to raise a point about the consequences of a loss of social support in a community where folks rely on social bonds to help with things like childcare, among many other things. It is not a coincidence that minorities, women, and people with families are the ones who are often forced to choose between family and staying in academia. They often leave academia. And I just want to raise that the consequences of a disruption like this will fall disproportionately on certain people. In this case, international students, women, and minorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional comments at this time? Way in the back.
Thank you for the platform.
Please lean forward to the mic. Thank you.
Thank you for the platform. My name is Nyari Changamire. I'm a graduate student at UMass, and I also live at North Village. One of the concerns that we have as North Village residents that has already been also noted by the council is being placed at different areas in the town, right? Not being together. And I think one of the university representatives, when they were presenting here, they talked about the fact that the new housing complex that they are building will be for graduate families. But I think there's a specific thing that they mentioned, that it's for graduate students with children. So I was wondering if the university representatives can clarify on that matter, whether they have changed their definition of what a family is, because we feel that it is also divisive to just say families are graduate students with families. And so what are the plans for or at least if they are giving us an official statement today that the definition of family in terms of people who qualify for graduate family housing is only those students that have children.
Thank you. I'd like to pause for a minute and ask the university people if you'd like to address any of the issues. Please come forward.
Great, thank you. And first I want to thank, I see a lot of familiar faces from this afternoon, so this definitely shows, hopefully the town and certainly the university knows the importance of this and the impact that it has on you, so thank you for taking time 2 times today. And so with respect to the graduate development at North Village, I think the university has been identifying that site for students with families, and I think students with children, I'm sorry. It was clarified, I think, earlier that it could be undergraduate students that have children, and so this would be for graduate and undergraduate students with children, and that we would try to place the graduate students with no children at the Lincoln site, which is on the Mass Ave area.
One thing to note, though, those who would be coming back to the housing in North Village at the conclusion of the construction would still be brought back. We're not taking apart those the community that you have developed. We would be bringing you back those that have not graduated or have not left the housing at that time.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the public at this time? Way in the back over here in the corner.
My name is Nicole. I live in East Hampton because I'm a student at UMass, a graduate student, and I can't afford to live in Amherst. I would like to just comment about the family comment briefly. I'm concerned about the narrow definition of family, and I don't think that that's an okay definition, and it's also a change in the current structure or discussion around family at North Village. I've been asked to read a letter that was written by a 3rd grader who used to live in North Village. Hi, I am Maisie, and I lived in North Village a few years ago. It was the best place I ever lived, and I really don't want you to close it. I loved it so much. It was like a big family to me. There were always kids outside. You were never by yourself and sad. You always had a friend out. And me and my friends would always go to the tree in my front and play in it. When I left, it was the worst day of my life, and it is still. I don't want that to happen to more people. That was my home and their home, and that's why you should not get rid of it. We are just a big happy family. North Village should stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time?
Hello, my name is Jonas. I'm a graduate student. I was an undergraduate also at UMass, and I'm a resident of North Village. I have, I guess, two comments to make. One, I'm a little confused about the numbers that have been articulated. The proposed development for North Village was described tonight as having 240 beds. These are also described as 2-bedroom units, which would seem to imply 120 units. I'm curious, earlier today there was also mention made of higher density housing, like multi-story buildings or structures being built. And so I'm a little bit perplexed as to why that space would effectively see a reduction of structures. Currently there are 170 units. I understand that there's going to be a displacement of single bedroom units to Massachusetts Avenue, but I'm sort of curious about the proposed use of the North Village space to build higher density units, but also accommodate fewer units. And then additionally, we were given assurances that for those of us who remain, once construction is completed, that we would be grandfathered in at sort of comparable rental rates. But they declined, the representatives of UMass today declined to speak to future families coming into the university and sort of what sort of rental terms they would see. And I think as somebody who returned to school as a non-traditional single parent, I know affordability is a huge concern for Massachusetts residents and then obviously international students as well. So I think I would like to see sort of firmer commitment from the university that whatever development is made, that there would be assurances that these units would in fact be affordable. So that is it.
Thank you. Shane or one of you, would you like to speak to clarifying the issue of the units at North Village?
Sure. As you mentioned, with 170 units, the plan as currently identified would be to have 120 of the 170 units be 2-bedroom units for graduate students with children, and about approximately 50 beds would move to the Mass Ave site, and it could allow for additional phases in terms of the higher density, in terms of being able to construct not just one level, but possibly 2 level to better utilize the space and allow for future expansion of graduate family housing through time, and also have more open green space that would be available for the community upon completion of the project.
There was also the question about future graduate students and assurance of price.
Yeah, I think Tony mentioned earlier the assurance for all of the current residents was made. Until the university proceeds with the RFP process and understands kind of what the price structure would be, that's when we'll be able to work through the specifics for the cost. But the university, obviously, as mentioned in a couple ways tonight, is very aware of costs and is going to do everything to maintain this as a very low-cost graduate families with children housing.
Are there additional comments from the audience? Yes, please come forward.
Hi,
Please move to the mic.
Oh.
You can pull it down.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank
Hi,
you.
I'm Sarah, and I've been living at North Village for about like 5 years, and I really like it there because there's a playground, there's a lot of open space. I have a lot of friends there, and it's really safe because, oh yeah, and there's actually 2 playgrounds there, so we also have a choice about where to play. And then the playground, it's pretty big, so we have an option of games. But where we're going, there's probably not going to be a playground or like a lot of open space that we have at North Village. So I'm probably going to miss North Village. And I think that you shouldn't wreck it down.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Are there additional comments? So I'd like to see if anybody from the university would like to make any closing comments at this time.
What I'd like to say is thank you to the town council and to our graduate students and others who have come out tonight and this afternoon. We really do see this as continuation of the conversation. We look forward to many more conversations with all of you.
Okay. Are there counselors that would like to make some final comments? Alyssa?
Yes, one is in regards to having a separate listening session. I, with every affection for North Village, don't see any point to that. A separate listening session will not get you what you need from UMass. And so continue to tell us things that are problematic, but I don't see us sitting in a room listening to a different set of public comments is going to move the ball down the court associated with this. I am happy to continue to hear from individuals. I'm happy to have this go longer tonight if people wanted to talk more, but I can't see that setting up a separate scenario for that is going to make progress in the areas that they need to make progress in. The other thing I want to put as an aside for the future accountability questions that we talk about, because the town has almost no authority over any of this, but the hard questions that we will continue to ask include the fact that the reputation at UMass associated with housing units is that you have to cover costs. And so the reason that you charge what you charge isn't because you're making some fantastic profit off of the dormitories, whether they're the North apartments or whatever, it's that the costs need to be covered. I would like it to be clear that we've all talked about, and we've heard people talking about tonight, that this is an opportunity to keep what is not technically subsidized housing inventory, affordable housing, but it is the university has all the power to make this be a kind of affordable housing. And if later we hear, well, it turned out to be really expensive, so we have to charge a lot more after we cycle through the people who have to move back, I guess we can't do anything about that, but we're going to be really upset because that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for people to be able to, of course, with comparable inflation, et cetera, be able to still keep that kind of protected community effect for these families, because the private market will never accommodate that kind of community in the same way that UMass is able to do that. So I'm begging you to find a way to keep that happening rather than saying, well, once everybody's grandfathered through, it's just the same amount they'd pay for some other housing somewhere in Amherst.
Additional comments? Yes, Dorothy?
I'm wondering if the representatives of the university could make a commitment that the town gown committee would resume, and maybe, and I'm just putting this forward, some representatives from the town council as well as the town manager and the town of Amherst be involved.
Thank you, Councilor. Just to be clear, there has been a moratorium on UTAC. I think that we, in agreement with our town partners in Town Hall, have discussed this. A lot of what we've discussed was waiting until the Town Council had a chance to weigh in on what a UTAC would look like, a new form of it. So, of course, we continue to welcome the conversation and the collaboration, and we are meeting on a regular basis, just counting my number of meetings with town officials over the last year. It's plentiful. That doesn't count the phone calls. We are in constant contact. We value the relationship.
Yes, Mandy Jo.
I am concerned with the apparent redefinition of family that has come out tonight, that North Village right now houses students that have spouses, along with students that have children and spouses, along with students that have children. And what has come out tonight may be that North Village will no longer house students that have only spouses, even if those students are hoping to have children while they are students. A graduate student can be at the university for upwards of 6 or 7 years. And what I've heard tonight about the community that North Village has is, and the distress that they're facing for being split up is something that if you force people who do not have children at the time they enter to go to Lincoln, even though they're expecting to have children within that 6 years, to then would have to, from what I'm assuming, would have to move then potentially to North Village out of Lincoln. That's a disruption that could be prevented by thinking about how you define who can live at North Village to create that wonderful community that North Village has, even for those that might not enter the university with children.
I'd like to build on the definition of family and ask that you really broaden it. Having attended undergraduate school while I was raising 2 younger sisters, I was a family. Thank you. Are there further comments? Evan.
This is a comment more from my colleagues on the council. One of the themes we heard in a number of the public comments had to do with housing affordability in our community. We heard from several people who said, I would love to live in Amherst, but I cannot afford to do so. And I think the members of this council are certainly aware of the housing affordability problem that exists in Amherst. One thing that Alyssa mentioned during her comment that was never really returned to was the fact that while at the end of the day, the construction of this project will increase the capacity for the university to house people on campus, in the interim, there'll be people from Lincoln Apartments who will be displaced potentially into our community. And while the families in North Village will be accommodated, those will displace people who otherwise would be in Presidential or Brandywine. And so in the short term, we might see increased pressure on our community at a time when already we have enough housing affordability problem. I say this because I know that this council will be looking at housing in a number of ways in the near future, including currently with the housing policy put forth by the Affordable Housing Trust that's before our Community Resources Committee right now. And my hope is that through that time, we'll remember that during our tenure, our at least initial tenure on the council, that displacement will be having an impact and needs to be a part of those conversations around housing that are had by this council and by the Community Resources Committee.
Are there further comments at this time? Let me just summarize by saying it's clear, and John, we look to you and your colleagues, that this town not only needs an affordable housing policy, but a comprehensive housing policy. There are people who come here to work, and they're middle income. And so as we look at low income as well as middle income, it's important that the town can address that. The second thing is this has been a very, very enlightening conversation. Even though I worked for the university for 31 years, I've never engaged in this one. So I want to make sure it keeps going, and I really want to urge that we continue to look for a way to have a town gown discussion, a committee, whatever it is. We're up and running. We're not waiting anymore. So we want to thank you all for being here. We're now going to take a break for 5 minutes. Thank you. We're going to continue with item 6B. This is for discussion, and let me just mention that we met with the Finance Committee at 4 o'clock, and they have made some comments as well. This is a draft. It's appropriately marked that way. It outlines some of the key things that would be involved with going out to the community and getting their input on the 4 capital projects. And so I think at this point, Andy, did you have anything specifically you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'll just be really brief, but we did talk about it today at the Finance Committee meeting. It was not a very long discussion because we didn't have a lot of time to give to it after we talked about Hickory Ridge. We did not make a recommendation. We did not feel that this was a matter that was appropriate for a recommendation from the committee because it's really a discussion that should be taking place here. The reason that I asked to be recognized just really quickly is that, as you know, we have resident members who are not members of the council who are on the committee. And so I wanted to just take the opportunity, if I may, just to quickly say, I think, about 4 comments that we heard from them. One was to make sure that outreach is focused appropriately so that low and moderate income residents of our community have the opportunity to know about and participate in the discussion. There was an observation from one of the members that frequently forums tend to be dominated by people who don't fall into that category. A second question that came up was that we make sure in the educational parts of it that we talk about what are we giving up by doing it and what are we giving up by not doing the projects that are being talked about, and what's the cost of doing nothing. Then a third observation is that because it was there's reference that's been made to modeling this after what the schools did, that one of the members of the committee, and I thought it was interesting from who it came from, but I won't go into that, pointed out that at the multiple sessions that were held, that there were some people who came to every session and spoke at every session and gave repeating comments, and to make sure that their comments were not counted multiple times if they came to multiple sessions. I think there was, the last piece was that we should do something to make sure that for each of the facilities that we're talking about, that the community is aware of the services that are offered by that particular group that's in the facility, those employees who are in the facility, and what the consequences of the current facility is on their ability to deliver the services. So I think that was it. So I wanted to just do that for our resident members, so thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dorothy?
Looking at this again right now, my only problem is the dates of November 13, 14, 16, and 20. And one group of people that we don't get to our meetings is mothers. And I just know as a mother and a person who runs things, it's just too close to Thanksgiving. And just there's a lot of people who just aren't going to come because they're thinking of Thanksgiving and what they have to do and cook, or whether they have to go away or whatever.
Let me just also mention that those are only the evenings that are not available, and that's because they already have other board meetings related to these boards. So the 6th to the 22nd would include everything from morning meetings to right after school to early evening, and even others if needed. Okay. And the idea was to get it past the election, but before the week of Thanksgiving.
Well, women's clubs that I belong to don't do anything during that time because their women members just won't focus on things besides Thanksgiving and holidays.
Well,
I realize that's
yeah. Yeah. Are there other comments? Darcy?
I guess I have a problem with the framing of this as one town, one plan, because it sounds like we have decided, like that the town council has taken a position on this, which we have not. So this, I'm very uncomfortable with us as a town council being part of a plan that's framed this way. I personally would rather take on one capital project at a time, prioritize and take one at a time. And my other comment is that with these kinds of listening session type of things that you're proposing, they basically end up, bringing in maybe 300 people or something like that, in comparison to the number of voters in town. So there has to be a much deeper type of outreach to be able to contact everybody and to, as Andy's mentioned in his comment, to make sure we reach out to the harder to reach people in town.
Okay. Additional comments? Alyssa?
I was going to say that when we're telling the story, that I think it was well described in terms of what we're giving up by doing it, what we're giving up by not doing it, and the cost of doing nothing. I would emphasize that it's the continued cost of doing nothing. There are opportunities that we haven't had. There are things that haven't happened because we've not done these projects yet. They're impacting who chooses to live here. They're impacting whether or not they choose to send their students to our schools. They're impacting whether or not people choose to work in our facilities. And so all those things matter too in terms of having it's much smaller than a lot of things, but the reality is it's already had an impact that we've waited over 30 years before addressing any of these projects.
Additional comments? Kathy?
I just want to second the one uncomfortable. I've always been uncomfortable with one town, one plan, and that's been a phrase. Whether we had something called confronting challenges together, or something that we may not be able to get out of a strategic plan all four. And we've all said we might get out one or two, to say that we think we can do all four. So I'd rather have confronting challenges, strategic approaches, something that would notice that there's going to be one single plan that will solve this, a magic bullet, because we know there isn't. So sending a slightly different message with the title, I think, is really important. I mean, we did, when we were wrestling with really complex federal legislation, we used things like finding a path forward, or, where we didn't think we could do everything at once, but we could do pieces of it. And we were trying to figure out what pieces to do first, second, or third. But just some title that isn't quite as evocative of this. Then there are a few just wordings later on. I'm trying to, because I was reading this on a very small screen when I was reading it, but the notion, I think we are hoping we get grants, but we're hoping we get accepted into something for the library project. And I would just try to be as neutral as possible in the language throughout, that we've got 4 projects that are expensive here. Because the more we hear about one particular project, there are questions being raised about it, and we might be facing library without a grant, and we might be facing the renovation of it, without grant funding. So there was some point where the hopeful this, the hopeful that, but I think the importance there was to say some of these questions we might be confronting by mid-2020. That's important, that this isn't, we're going to be looking at this in 2030. So getting that message out is really important. but not that, gee, don't we hope that we'll have to make a really important decision in 6 months? I'm going, no, I'd rather make it which one is the right one to make first, second, and third, but some of these are not going to be in our control. So those are my two, because I like what we're talking about a lot, and the trying to reach different audiences that was brought up this afternoon. It was go to different places, so go out to apartment buildings, and maybe do a church session. It was trying to think, what are some ways you might reach people who aren't even aware this conversation is happening? And that, to me, we could do facilitators for some of these, but then it's going to be us, the 13 of us in some configurations, figuring out how else to be going out and talking about the decisions we're going to have to be facing with people's input. So I don't know what that might look like, but trying to figure out how we might be able to do that. So I don't think that needs to go into this larger plan, Lynn, but it's just like, what are our thinking about how we would even begin to do that?
Okay. Sarah.
I guess I'm going to pitch in and sort of echo that thought that, I'm hearing a lot from constituents that are middle to low income who are feeling that town council is definitely, going to find a way to do all of these projects and quickly. And if you can't afford to keep up with taxes, then you need to find a way to get out. And I don't think that that's the message that we want to send. I think that, Alyssa's right. There's a lot of people who do have a higher income who get to shop for where they live, and we want to be welcoming and we want to be competitive. And at the same time, I don't want to send a message to people who have been living here and working here for a long time that there's a foregone conclusion that we're going to try to do things so quickly and raise taxes so quickly that if you can't keep up, you need to move out.
Evan.
So I have a lot of comments, some of them minor, some having to do with my surprise that there are colleagues who are uninterested in a holistic plan to address our major capital projects. But the one comment I'll stick to for right now is regarding the membership of the steering committee. There are 2 recommended town council members. It says one, including at least one counselor very familiar with the model, my assumption being that given the Finance Committee has received the most presentation on the model, that member will likely come from Finance Committee, and I think that that's logical. But my request would be that that second town council member be a member of OCA, given our outreach role and given the role that we've taken on in figuring out how the council participates in public-facing events.
By the way, there's also nothing that restricts us to 2 counselors. You can change the number. Ultimately, the council has to make this decision, okay? I view this as our initial conversation. It's not one, and it's really a listening session where we would be listening rather than responding, or for that matter, even expressing our viewpoints. When we get all of this done, and if some of you or all of us feel we need to do further outreach, we certainly can do that, but this kind of lays a base, if you will. It lays a base before any of the projects may or may not be funded. It also gets it after the election, but before Thanksgiving and before December, which is even busier. So the timing is there. I think that from our perspective as a council, we need to view this as our opportunity to hear and decide how else we need to hear and what else do we need to know, so that when we sit here and we make the tough decisions, because we will make the decisions on all 4 projects, we will make the decisions as to whether we're going to spend town money, whether we're going to go out for overrides, whether we're not going to do something, whether we're only going to renovate something. We will make the decisions. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to be sitting here making those without hearing what the public has to say. And so to me, this is just the beginning of a conversation. Alyssa?
So if I could just follow up on that, I guess I am struggling with what it is we're going to accomplish at these listening sessions, because I'm hearing very different views from counselors as to whether or not we're even pursuing all 4 projects. I thought it was loud and clear during my campaign that I am pursuing all 4 projects. And so, with different variations, right, depending on cost and looking at ways too. So I feel like we're not at the point of going and listening when we don't even understand what the projects are ourselves at this point. I don't believe we do, because if we did, I don't believe that we would say, well, we don't need to do all of them, because we would need to do something with all 4 of them, whether or not we do the full projects. So I'm trying to understand, what material will we have absorbed? What material will we take with us for the public to absorb? And the very limited number of people that come, no matter how many doors I pound on, do not get to vote, do not get to do the penny vote on which projects they care most about. It's so unrepresentative of what we should actually be doing. Those listening sessions at this stage of the game, I don't see how they're helping us. So I need some more direction on that, because I'm expecting to go and have somebody stand up and say, you don't need to do the library right now, and somebody else to stand up and say, like, literally everything we've just said in this room. And I don't see how that's going to help us move forward. So I'm needing more clarity around that.
Okay. Mary Jo.
So I had a question about what the steering committee's role would be. Is it going forward, or is it just to organize this particular thing? Because it seems really large to just organize this, I must say. I think I counted 12, 11. By the time I got to everyone, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 at a minimum. No, 9, 10, 11. That seems really large to do this, to do a listening session organization. My goal, to address Alyssa's question and some of the others about, well, is it one town, one plan? Is it one town? Is it choosing things? My goal out of these listening sessions would be to figure out what the town's willingness to accept in taxes and trade-offs is, because that's how we get to, are we doing 4 new? Are we doing 2 new? Are we doing 1 new? Are we doing no new? Or are we doing 1 new without an override? We can't get there, I don't think, as a council until we know whether the town might be willing to accept an increase in taxes by an override of $800 a year or $200 a year. Because if it's none, well, that really, and then we think that that's where the town is, that changes what we're looking at. Versus if they're going to say, oh, we'll take $1,000 in overrides, which, by the way, I don't think they'll ever say. But if they say something like that, and that's what we're hearing, well, then that opens up options that we haven't maybe been considering. And so I don't think right now I have enough information to be able to narrow down a timeline on, say, 4 projects, or even 2 projects and 2 catching up on the deferred maintenance, if that's the way we would decide to go, without knowing where the town's capacity and the residents' capacity for those financial decisions are. So that's what I'm looking at this set of sessions is to start that conversation, not necessarily this is my first priority, this is my second, because we don't even have enough specifics on some of them to have those conversations in my mind. So, but I do want to echo some of the concerns that people have said, that even this document, I've heard from people saying, wow, that looks really biased. And so we really need to, as we put stuff out, that it looks as if we've already decided it is these 4, not any renovation, not just deferred maintenance, it is what's been proposed, And so I think we have to be very conscious about how we word stuff and how we do put stuff forward, so that people who may not agree with, say, doing the library, or agree with that we need a new DPW building, that would rather just renovate the current DPW building and renovate the current, say, fire station, that they feel welcomed at whatever outreach we're doing too. And what I've heard is even this document might be pushing them away from that. And so I think we need to be more careful about that.
George.
I hear very much that we have an obligation to listen, and that's part of maybe the major purpose of this one town, one plan, whatever you want to call it. But I think we also have an obligation to lead. We are going to also have to make some decisions. And so we need to think hard about our role as leaders as well. We need to listen, absolutely. But in the end, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the idea that I'm going to be trying to figure out what a dollar amount is that my neighbors are willing to pony up. Because quite frankly, if I asked them, they'd probably say very little. So I think we have to also look, I think this is an opportunity for us to become more informed. This proposal presents, and also an opportunity for us to inform the voters. I hear the idea of being as neutral as possible, and that's something I have to tell myself sometimes, but I think that's good. But we need to inform the voters. We need to inform ourselves, but we shouldn't be afraid in the end to lead. If we see a plan, maybe we won't, but if we see a plan that we think is the best way for the town to go forward, we shouldn't be running away from it. We shouldn't be afraid to take the leadership role as well. But right now, I think you're absolutely right. It's a matter of outreach. It's a matter of listening. And it's also a matter of being informed. So this is going to compel at least this person to become much better informed about what these projects are at all the levels, and then to try and communicate that with the help of people who actually know a bit more than I do to the public. So I think there's also this notion of informing the public and also, of course, ourselves.
Andy?
Yeah, but just a couple things. One is, I'm not in the end, I don't care if we call it one town, one plan or not, but it does have some sense to it because we need a single plan in the end as to whether we're doing buildings or not, how much of buildings we're doing, the sequence of buildings we're doing. And that's not four separate plans. That's one single plan that needs to be made as a combined effort because it involves very complex sequenced financial planning in order to make it work regardless of what we do. The other aspect of one town, one plan is that we don't want our sister committees, the library trustees and the school committees, to be going out and doing their own thing and thinking that they're doing plans that are divorced from a plan that's the council's plan, because ultimately it is the council's responsibility to make the decision on whether to go forward to issue debt or to ask voters for an override. And concluding my comment on the override piece, and Alyssa and I were the two who were on the select board that voted for the last override. And it's not an easy decision. It has a couple of aspects to it. One is that it's very tempting to ask for an override because it's a way of saying to the voters, are you willing to pay for this or not pay for it? But there's also the realization that if 51% say, yes, we're willing to pay for it, and the override passes, 49% have said something different. And it's hard to escape that thought process as you're going through it. And we just need to make sure that we have all of the information that we possibly can so that as a group we're making the decision as the select board had to make it last time.
And then you had to turn to town meeting, who ultimately had to make the decision. Kathy?
Yeah, so I didn't mean to say that I didn't think we have to come up with a plan or a vision. I just meant that somehow between the first line and the second line, it sounded like we were going out with the plan for all four. And so it's a tone. And when I talked about this, the path we were doing when we were doing national health care was the path to universal coverage. We were going all the way. It was just a question of how we were going to get there. So So I just want to, it's that wordsmithing. It wasn't that we would go off in 6 different directions. But the other thing George said about information, despite having gone through the modeling several times, I don't have a good answer yet on can we come in at a much lower price point on a DPW, for example. Like what's a minimum price point that would get us most of what we want or what we need than what has been out. And I know that's part of the next step with schematic and stuff, and there's been saying, can we phase it? Can we do pieces of it? And I don't have an answer to that. So if someone said, does it have to be this high? Could you go as low as such and such? I would have no idea, I have a little bit of a better sense with schools because we had a Fort River study that talked about half a renovation, quarter of you got some sense of a range with good guesstimates. So if we could have a little bit more information before we go out, Lynn, just on a feasible range, and that's what I don't know. And fire and DPW the best, we certainly can't do it for $1 million. There's a price point that's too low, but that's where sort of getting to the reality check. If we really need to do some extensive renovation, we would want to do enough to get us somewhere. And so if we're going to go out and people ask us questions like that, I'd like to have a crib sheet in my pocket that just would say, well, there's a range, and we'll have that answer in 6 months, or we will have that answer before we make a decision. Just something that would sense that we're going to make informed decisions. If we're going to lead, we should be having some information when we're lead.
Okay. Darcy.
I guess I feel like should really not be involved in this process at all. I feel like this is, the town manager and the library and the DPW, et cetera, they're selling us their plan to have a capital project, but it's our job to question it. It's our job to be vetting the proposals. And if we're somehow in partnership with them in trying to sell those projects to the public, that doesn't feel right to me. Until the point when we've made a decision about it and we're on board, and I definitely don't feel comfortable with us trying to sell anything to the public. Am I confused about this? It just feels like our job is to vet what's being proposed. So like the idea of us being on a steering committee with the school committee, the library trustees, etc., that doesn't make sense to me.
So the purpose is not for us to go out and sell these projects. The purpose is, frankly, for us to listen. And the purpose is to finally have a conversation with the public that says, these are the 4 projects that people have been talking about, and give them some sense of what those things do, what the situation is, and hear what they have to say. We're not going to sit out there this round and talk and try to sell anything.
That we're to inform the public about the need for each project, the
Well, there is
consequence of
need.
inaction, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
So,
But there is need. And as you look at each of these, you've got either a building that needs replacement or serious renovation in most of the projects. So the question isn't whether there's need. The question is, what is the public telling us? Dorothy.
I'm going to follow up with what Darcy was talking about. When I think about what I want, or when I try to talk about it to other people, I realize I can't do it project by project. I do have to do it in terms of a plan. So I think I'd like to see several versions of a plan. And then people, because people are ultimately going to want to know, can we afford it? And when we talk project by project, we don't know. Or we can get a fake idea that we could afford it, but maybe we can't afford it. I'm very worried about doing the tax override. I'm not sure people are going to go for it. So I think we need like the absolute most basic plan, and then one that maybe does more in one project and one that does more in another project, so people can see the connection and what we can do and what the limitations are. And this plan would have to have the calendar in it, as to this one comes on first and this one comes on second, and we've talked around this, but I can't repeat any of it to anybody because we've never really put anything down. We've never put our foot down in any one spot, and it's just kind of a constantly moving picture to me.
Sarah.
So just to recap and bring all this together, all of these things we do have a need for. I don't think that there are very many people in this town that would say we don't somehow need to address these 4 projects. We have to. So I also think what Evan said about being leaders is also very important. If we know that there is a need for these 4 things, then I feel like we do need to listen to people, and at the same time, we really need to, like Alyssa said, we need to know what we're talking about and what the timelines are and what the prices are and how we can get there. And I do think that it's really important, if we're going to go out and speak to the public and be reassuring and be leaders, that all of us do feel like what we are working towards is a holistic approach that we can roll out to the public and help them with and have, so there's the demand, and then there's also how we get there. We sort of come to that together, and then we lead to help people. So I hope that.
Evan?
So thank you, Sarah, for giving me credit, but it was George that actually said it. But my comment was actually going to be in support of what George said, which is I think our role as a council is to show some leadership. I'm actually fairly surprised by some of the conversation that we're having here. When we met at our retreat, the most common response from people as to a goal, 8 people on this council who were at the retreat, listed the 4 major capital projects as one of their top priorities. So I'm shocked to be sitting here hearing that perhaps we haven't come to some consensus as a council that we want to pursue these. And so to that respect, I would actually take a little bit of issue with what my good friend Mandy Jo said about the problem of this seeming biased. Yeah, it should be. This council, at least a majority of this council, has shown an interest in pursuing the 4 projects. Whether that means renovation, replacement, what have you, there seems to be a majority consensus on this council that we're pursuing them and that we want some holistic capital plan to fund them. And in that case, I think it's okay that we're setting up a meeting that reflects the sentiment of the majority of this elected body. I don't want a completely neutral conversation where someone can come in and say something that we would never do, right? I want to have this be an opportunity for us to hear from people, their response to what we're doing, and for us to use this as an opportunity to talk to people about what we're doing and hear their questions and actually lead on these issues. The schools meetings were cited as a model for this. Those were biased as well, right? We didn't go in and say, what do you want to do with the schools? We said, here's a rough outline of what we're doing. We don't have the details yet. There's a lot to be figured out, but here's what the end goal is. What are your questions? What are your concerns? But you can't say that that was something that was an unbiased thing, because that showed some leadership towards a specific goal, even if some of the details were fleshed out. And that's where I'm interested in seeing this, is informing the public, hearing people's questions and concerns, and starting to bring some of the hard realities to the public that this is going to be expensive. It will likely include a debt exclusion override, and start having that conversation now. And that's where I think this can be valued.
George.
And the cost of doing nothing.
I'm sorry?
And the cost of doing nothing.
Right.
We have to figure out a way, maybe not be able to do it, but have to figure out a way, hopefully, where we can communicate to people what it costs to simply say, well, we can't do this and we can't do that. We're just going to not do anything.
It's interesting. We're trying to get those figures. It's very tough. The best figure we have right now is the one where they asked the question, what would it cost to renovate the existing DPW? That's the most accurate one that we have. The library is trying to come up with what would it cost to do a renovation that did not include a new addition.
Status quo.
And bring it to the point that the building was, well again. It was, renovated to a point that it's now a decent building. Ever getting to that we have it for the schools. I don't know how we would ever get it for fire at this point. Paul.
So I think this raises some really interesting questions, especially the role of the council, and whether it sees itself as the ultimate vetter of listening to a presentation and then being the decider at that moment in time, or if it sees itself as being the leader forming the plan. I like the moniker of One Town, One Plan for lots of different reasons. One is that it's a positive approach to recognizing that we are one town. It includes the conversation that, by definition, the Board of Library Trustees and the school committee are having about their individual projects under the rubric of the council, which ultimately has to make the hard decisions. And it also is a positive spin on saying we have 4 things that have been identified for a long time that we have to address one way or the other, whether it's new construction or renovation or do nothing. And the time frame, it can be as long as the council decides. But ultimately, I think what the people would like is, what is your plan, town, to address these issues? And if it's to say, we're going to just let that one go, that's part of the plan. So I think one plan, I think it doesn't imply 4 new buildings, but I think that's how people read it. So I think that's a legitimate concern to think about. So I think that's a piece of it. I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this the right time to be listening? Is this premature? Or do we need to have more information? I think that's something that Alyssa sort of alluded to, is this the time, is this the timing right for the listening sessions? I think you can never do enough listening, and doing it earlier in the process and to sort of preview what this means will help the conversation. This won't be the last time you're going to do this. You're going to have to do this multiple times and engage. So I believe that it is the council's role, and if you choose not, I think that's fine. Staff can work on this as well, to develop the leadership, to take on the leadership mantle of this, because I think that's what the public expects of its chief elected officials. And you're ultimately going to have to own the decision, because you're going to be raising your hands on whether to vote for a debt exclusion override or borrowing and things like that. But I think this is a pretty rich discussion. You hit on all the right topics. It's great.
Dorothy.
Is there any way that we could come up with a couple of plans that incorporate the projects?
Yes, you can. That's what the model allows you to do. And one of the thoughts at one point was, okay, let's put out, if we went with all the projects at full tilt, okay? Okay, that's one option. Another option is go with all the projects at full tilt, but do it over 10 years. Then there's another, you could do any number of scenarios. This is where Kathy, I know, has done some playing. I've done some playing. And in the model itself, we've already for DPW, I think we have 3 different price points. For fire, I know we have at least 2, maybe 3. For library, we're trying to get both what the present proposal says and then this other price point. In fact, we actually plugged something in the other day. So you can play with the model, but ultimately, we have to decide. And some of our decision, frankly, this issue is going to start dropping on us as early as December, because in December, we're going to know whether or not we're in MSBA. And if we're in MSBA, then the issue before the council is going to be, are we willing to put up our half of the match for the planning process for MSBA? And for those of us on JCPC, which you all then saw, there is $400,000 in the budget set aside on case that lands. Then we go on to, well, we won't know what to do with DPW and fire until we have some schematic design. We could also say to DPW, you're only going to get this amount of money, and you can stage it or whatever, but here's what it is. And then in June, we'll know even before June on the library. And the reason we'll know even before June is because the moment we know how much is in the budget for the Library Commission, the difference between 20 million and 25 million will give us a big hint as to whether we're in. So this decision is imminent. We could find out we're not in MSBA, and we have people still clamoring for a school, which means now we're paying the full cost of a school. So how are we going to make these decisions? I mean, we could bring each of these projects forward and have a council discussion about each of them, and we could sit here and then listen to the public, or
there's a number of articles and a lot of research that's been done on too many choices. So I feel that when we go before the public, we're presenting something with too many choices, and it's not going to get us anywhere. Those who play with the tool, make some choices, write out in words, charts, graphs, whatever, some decisions. I mean, I liked what you said, we're giving a choice. And we can then take some of those to the people. But they're not going to want to hear that if you do this goes up, this goes down, and that goes here, and that goes here, and in 5 years or 10 years. It's too many choices, and it's confusing.
by the way, if you'll notice in this, we propose that the model itself is an optional session at the end. It's not the basis of the presentation. The basis of the presentation are slides that say, here are the 4 capital projects. Here's what each of these things do in our town. Here is what the need is. And here are the options, including sites in some cases or whatever. And the options include a full replacement of the building or a renovation, or sitting here and letting it continue to deteriorate, and then we're going to be sitting here in an emergency. Yeah. So, yes, Mandy Jo.
I wonder if the listening sessions we're planning for November I'm not sure it's necessary to have a facilitator at those, given what conversation I'm hearing now. It might not be money well spent. I'm beginning to think the money might be better well spent bringing in a facilitator to a council meeting or a council retreat to help us through the very hard decision process of a decision tree, essentially. Is it for DPW, say, is it renovating the DPW or is it building a new one? Even if we don't have a location, for a fire, is it renovating or is it building? And working our way through a decision tree to be able to get to the decisions that need to be made to go into a plan before you can sequence those. And then even in helping with the sequence, maybe the facilitator is better used on us than on the public listening sessions.
I just want to go back to the issue of the public listening sessions. If not, if there's a presentation, perhaps with voiceover or whatever, who is going to stand up and coordinate it? Who is seen as unbiased? George?
I don't see how the counselors can be leading these discussions. I think we are there to listen. So someone, well, League of Women Voters, I don't know, someone, facilitator, whatever, but someone who hopefully can be seen as a neutral party, making sure that, and I think there's going to have to be some kind of basic script for all of these, so that each meeting is essentially has the same format and the same slides and the same, right? And we are all bound to be there to listen and to take notes.
To the extent that everybody, that you can be there.
Exactly,
There may be,
right,
You
exactly.
may not be able to make
But
them
I don't
all.
see how we can be leading these. That would really be a problem.
You know, I went through this. I wanted to bring a facilitator in when we did 132 Northampton Road. And clearly the citizens were not interested in that. And so, I mean, I facilitated many, many meetings. And so I ended up facilitating a 4-hour meeting. Am I seen as unbiased?
You were very fair. I thought you did a great job.
Yeah. Alyssa?
We're not brainstorming. Why do we need an unbiased facilitator? That's, and that comes back to, again, what are we actually doing at this thing? So whatever we're doing, which we will do consistently from one thing to the other, what is that thing we are doing? Because to sit there and pretend we don't have opinions and that we haven't already discussed it and that staff doesn't have opinions is ludicrous. We've all talked about it at various precinct meetings, district meetings, et cetera. And so what is it we're trying to elicit from people? And if we could figure out what it was we're trying to get them to tell us, then we could figure out who could ask the question.
Do you think that our general population understands the 4 projects?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so that's number 1 goal. Information about the 4 projects. Do you think they understand what those different entities in our town do? You do?
Not DPW, but I think they have a sense that fire does 2 things, ambulances and fire engines. But I think you're right, Lynn, you know.
I mean, even schools, for example.
Yeah.
I've said this in a couple situations recently, that if we go down to one school, we lose one of our gyms. Now, most of us don't think about schools and gyms as being core to education. But from about 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 9, many of our gyms are used for athletic programs from September until June, until it's too hot to be in them. And so when people think about schools, do they think about something beyond what happens in a classroom? Do they think about the fact that the building is a gathering place? See what I'm saying? There's more to these facilities than to just say it's fire and EMS. I'm sorry. There's a whole lot more about fire and EMS than, and they do more than that.
No, I agree. I
Yeah.
know.
So my point is, the goal here is to start an initial education and hear what the public has to say. And then we as a council, starting as early as December, may have to start making decisions. Dorsey.
I would say that the town manager should be sponsoring these sessions. Fine for us to attend, but I just don't like that, you know, marriage of the town manager and us. We're supposed to be separate. You know, we're supposed to keep these things separate so that we're able to be unbiased and make a decision and ask all our questions, et cetera. So I just really don't think we should be sponsoring this. but no problem going. And we shouldn't be saying that they're going to be at our district meetings.
It does not propose to be district meetings.
Well, I think district meetings can be used, you know, but.
For
but not-
community
no.
I'm sorry, where do you see
district
that?
meetings at the very bottom. So that
Oh,
does
I'm
not
sorry. I
make
just
sense to me.
Take the word district out, because once you schedule these, just like we did the school forums, it's anybody can come to any one of the sessions. And the reason you do that is because you maximize available time periods. Originally, we did talk about these being district meetings, but I don't see how they can be district meetings.
I don't think many people will come.
Oh.
I do not, and not in November. Don't. Just think of some of the forums we've had.
Maybe not. They certainly showed up for the school things.
And they will again for school.
And they'll show up for this because of the school. And they'll show up for this because of the library.
They
The
may,
library
they may
and
try to
s-
hijack the meeting
Well,
because of the school.
And the library and the school have constituents. Fire and DPW
It
do
depends
not.
on what you make the headline. If you say, are you ready to spend $120 million? And to give us instructions on what kind of taxes you're willing to pay in the next 10 years, they might come. No, you know, I mean,
If they don't, we'll just send them the bill.
A catchy little title there.
Go broke or go big, you know.
Go. Evan.
So what I'm hearing from a few people is there's a feeling that we need to sort of reintroduce the library, the schools, fire EMS, and the DPW to our residents to make sure that everyone's on the same page of what they do. I'm hearing that we want to make sure that our residents are informed about the need for the projects, what's going on and why we're even looking at these, and some information about what this is going to cost, which I think that last one is really important. I know the first time I played with the model, I poured myself some bourbon after because I was really sad afterwards. And I think it's a harsh reality that we need to make people know, like this is a really tough thing that our town is grappling with. And hear their questions. To that end, when I'm looking at the 4 bullet points under goals of the community conversation, the first 2 really nicely fit into that. The second 2, attain a sense of support about each project and build community consensus, seem like maybe it's a bit premature for those. So maybe my suggestion would be to
I agree with you.
maintain those 2 and strike the next 2.
I agree with you. I really want to be mindful of the time. Is there anybody else who feels they need to comment on this? Yeah.
My last thing is, I don't know how we landed on 5 to 6.
I'm sorry?
5 to 6 meetings, which is, I think, maybe mirrors the schools, which I think had 6.
Yeah.
But 5 to 6 is a lot.
It is.
And so
we
I
could
think,
possibly cut back,
yeah.
especially since we don't think people will come.
Well, unless we come to them, which is something that has been discussed.
Right. Andy?
Yeah, just need to remind all of us that there are 2 projects that have grant proposals out there that are not now going to be under our control. If MSBA invites Amherst into the process for this next round for the elementary school, then we are going to have to be moving fairly quickly, and we're going to have to be prepared to move fairly quickly. The library, we know, is likely to come up sometime within the next 6 months to a year with their grant proposal. And I think that that means that there's a timeline ticking, though we don't know exactly what it is. And we need to be prepared for whatever comes up.
Any other comments? All right, we need to go on 7B, town elections. This is really to notify and file the proper papers. We are holding a town election on November 5th from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are 4 different types of offices on the ballot. School committee, 5 people for 2 years. Library Board of Trustees, 6 people for 2 years. Housing Authority, 3 people for 2 years. And Oliver Will Smith Elector, 1 person for 2 years. Is there discussion? Yes.
My husband, Bob, who is a trustee of the library, says he thinks it's a mistake to have all the terms going to be concurrent, so that you get complete turnover of committees.
This is the wish of the charter. It's the charter. It's the way the charter is written at this time.
So, all right, said it.
Okay. Any further comment on the town election warrant?
I do have a question, actually.
Yes, Andy.
For the town manager, is the superintendent now comfortable with us using elementary schools for these elections?
Well, it's a conversation we've had, and but this one, they're prepared to utilize the schools because it's a professional development day that day. But it is a conversation they'd like to continue with the town.
That's with regard to the locations. Yes.
Is there, I know we don't have a town clerk exactly right now. Were there, with the prior town clerk, were there discussions about consolidating precinct voting locations to maybe 1 per district? I'm just curious where those conversations went, which would potentially allow us to move out of schools.
So our prior town clerk was interested in 1 location for the entire town, but never really engaged in that conversation. I think once we get a new town clerk in, that will be something that that person will want to engage in terms of how many locations we have. We have co-located locations. We have 3 in the Bank Center, for instance. That's certainly an option. Some communities will have all 10 precincts in 1 school, for instance, or at the Mullen Center, someplace like that. So it's an option. They sort of stopped when we lost our town clerk.
Further question? So the motion that I need is to authorize the warrant for the town election on Tuesday, November 5th, 2019, with polls, and I'm not going to read them, open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the following 10 locations, which are on your warrant. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Mandy Jo made the motion. A second. Evan. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 11-4, none opposed, no abstentions, and 2 absent. Okay, zoning bylaw amendment, council hearing policy. This is coming from GOL, and so George or Mandy Jo?
I will take the lead on this, I guess. GOL has been in a kind of golden age for the last many months under the leadership of Councillor Haneke. It is now about to descend into the Iron Age, or perhaps even the Dark Ages, but I have now been elected by a vote of 3, 0, and 1 abstention to be the chair of GOL. So I will be giving the report, but I will be ably assisted, I'm sure, by Mandy. So zoning bylaw amendment, council hearing policy. We have on September 23rd, GOL voted with 1 absent to recommend the town council designate the Community Resources Committee as the committee to hold public hearings under MGL Chapter 40A, Section 5, and further to recommend that CRC hold those hearings together with the Planning Board. So those are two recommendations that have been split into two different motions that you have in front of you. Let me just speak briefly. This is in the memo that we sent you, but let me just quickly touch on the reasoning. First of all, behind motion 1, why we thought it made it sense to recommend that we designate CRC as the committee to hold these public hearings. The first reason was that zoning is within the purview of CRC, one of its duties, and so scheduling a joint meeting with the Planning Board would be easier than doing so with the full council. So the fact that zoning is something that they deal with seemed appropriate as a reason. Secondly, joint hearing would give CRC the opportunity to strengthen its bond with the Planning Board and encourage better communication between the two bodies. And third, we felt that this would not prevent non-CRC member councilors from asking questions and being engaged in the process, because there are two separate council meetings that are held dealing with zoning bylaws anyway. So we would have two chances as a council to address questions and issues. So for those three reasons, the committee felt that this was the right recommendation to have CRC be the committee that holds the public hearings.
Council discussion? Yes, Kathy.
Just to be very brief, for completely unrelated reasons, I went and read on my train ride up today several towns worth of committees to see what they did, and most of them did the hearings this way. If they had a committee that was something like community resources, that was the committee that was doing this, often with plan, so it was a logical way to get input on these.
Okay. Additional comments?
I think it sounds like a good idea, and this was mentioned at the planning board, and they seem to think, at least this is my belief, that it was a good idea.
Okay. Additional comments? Alyssa.
I just wanted to mention that I requested, despite GOL's vote, I requested to split it into two separate motions, just to make it perfectly clear that, one, we want them to hold, we want CRC to be the committee that does it, and the other to be that ideally they're going to coordinate with the planning board, but on some occasions they might not be able to, and so rather than trying to combine it into one sentence, that's just why it's broken up.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, let's go with the first motion. To designate the Community Resource Committee, CRC, as the committee to hold public hearings under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 5. Do I hear a motion? George? Second? Sarah? Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? It's 11-0-0 and 2 absent. Okay. The second is to direct the Community Resource Committee, CRC, to hold joint hearings under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 5, together with the Planning Board whenever feasible. Is there a motion?
I so move.
A second? Dorothy? Got it? Any further discussion?
I think the chair should make the motion.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Abstain? Again, it's 11-0-0 and 2 absent. Okay. We're moving on to amendments to Rules of Procedure, Rule 8, related to proclamations, commemorations, and citations. This is the first reading, so there is no vote. George?
Yes. We have a slide presentation to go with this, and hopefully you can read it better than I can. But we can simply go through it quickly. We recommended... Where are my notes here? And actually, it's not at the moment. So, I'm sorry? Thank you. So the first change is, as you can see, is highlighted, proposed added language that intends that the council will act on a resolution, proclamation, commemoration, or citation if one counselor has agreed to sponsor it or the group petition or initiative charter requirements are met. Without a counselor sponsor or compliance with those two sections of the charter, there's no requirement for the council to act. So here I think the reasoning was that we would like some kind of procedure in which these sorts of matters are brought to us. And so the suggestion was that ideally a counselor would choose to sponsor, but there are other avenues if there's no counselor sponsor that's willing to do so. So that's the first element here. I'll go through all four then.
Please.
And then we'll come back. So the next has to do with proposed added language to clarify that these items are automatically referred to GOL for the appropriate review if they have a counselor sponsor or complied with charter petition requirements. So as you can read there, resolutions, proclamations, commemorations, citations, and then the added language. All resolutions, proclamations, commemorations, and citations complying with Rule 8.1A shall be automatically referred to GOL. The President shall notify the Council of the referral at the next regular Council meeting. The third proposal is added language that accepts commemoration and citations from the two-meeting discussion requirement. So resolutions and proclamations were already accepted, so this change simply adds commemorations and citations as exceptions from the two-rule requirement. Sorry, from the two-meeting discussion requirement. And the final change, proposed added language that requires GOL to consider all resolutions, etc., prior to a council vote. And this, of course, can be overridden by the council by a two-thirds vote, but the normal procedure would be that it would go to GOL. So these are the four proposed changes to Procedure Rule 8.
Discussion and questions. Kathy.
I was reading these, trying to understand why they're being brought before us, as opposed to just being silent. Because we're codifying a level of detail in our rules that I'm not sure is necessary. So the example I would have would be tonight we had a resolution on the Kawasaki sister city. So this, if we were in this rule world, one counselor would have had to be the sponsor of that to get that all the way through to something simple. And there will be times when that's true, and there will be times when it's not. I can certainly understand if we're actually, a bylaw change is coming. We have something that's an action that we're doing. But I'm not sure why we feel a need to do this. And then I also think the cross-reference says shall be introduced either by a counselor, sponsor, or in compliance with Charter Section 8.2 little paren B, 8.3, and 8.5. When we were writing these rules, we really tried, but I'm not sure how successfully, that anyone could read the rule and understand what we were talking about. To understand what we're talking about here, I have to pull out another document and figure out what is in 8.2B, 8.3, and 8.5. So and in compliance, we already know the charter says if 250 citizens bring something to us, residents, we need to do something with it. So we don't have to write it into our own rule because the charter says we have to do it. And we were trying not to restate things that were already stated. So I was trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve with doing this. Then I went and I said, okay, am I just remembering the other 15 council rules of procedure that I looked at towns? Did many of them codify these kinds of actions? And I only checked two. I only checked Northampton and Greenfield, and the answer is no. They definitely, if it's something they have to do because their charter said they had to do something, they did it. But they're sort of silent on where does a proclamation, does it have to be sponsored by someone? Now, I can understand that it expedites things. So the example I saw on one of our agendas, and I don't know whether we are going to see it or not, whether we want to do what town meeting used to say, we want to be a nuclear-free zone, or we support Medicare for all, that if a counselor brings it as a sponsor, then we would do something, and otherwise it might never make it onto our agenda, is what I think what might happen. Things would just come in, which I think is kind of okay. But to say that it will never get on our agenda unless it counts, it's just making it so technical and so tight, and we're such a young government that I worry we're going overboard with legalistic phrases on restricting a way of doing things. So that's my concern about it is, unless there's a major problem we're trying to solve, I'm not understanding why this level of detail. So on the very last one, adding commemorations, citations, not having to do 2 readings of them, that makes total sense to me. Like just making sure we're not taking things twice. So what's the problem we're trying to solve by getting this specific?
Alyssa.
I can tell you the problem I was trying to solve when I asked GOL to look at this, which is that I don't want a random member of the public bringing me a proclamation or a resolution, not to the full town council. They need to go to the council through email, through the president, and say, I want somebody to sponsor this, and see if somebody will. And if nobody will, then they need to go out and get the signatures. They do not get to just come and sit here and say, I want you to do this to us as a group. I don't consider that a useful use of their time or our time. So that's why I wanted to have this direction provided so it was clear, because I've already had people approach me and say, so how many signatures do I need to get? I'm like, you don't need to get any if you can get somebody to do this for you. That would be really simple, because we don't need to be sending people off to do long petition things. At the same time, I find it a kind of privilege that some people know how to come and ask here for our whole group to do something that when I feel like they could approach through the president and it would get out to the rest of us and it would be very straightforward. So that's the problem I was trying to solve, is just having random people come up, ask to be on the agenda, and ask us to do things.
Evan.
Yeah, so I can speak in my capacity as someone who worked on this with my colleagues on GOL. I think that our rules are meant to provide guidance to us as counselors and also provide some guidance to the public. And there's something to be said about just not saying anything and hoping things work out. But I think there's another benefit to actually articulating to the public, if you're interested, if you have a resolution or a proclamation that you're interested in the council working on and you want to know how to get it before the council, this tells you. This gives you some guidance. Right now, how they've mostly been done is it gets emailed to the president, and then the president uses her discretion as to whether or not she wants it on the agenda and when. I think, this sort of diffuses the responsibility of bringing things forward away from just the president. It deconcentrates, I don't know if that's a word, power in the president as to when this, and I think it provides some good guidance to the public. I can also say, in working with GOL, we've had a couple resolutions and proclamations that have just been sent to us from a member of the public via the president, and then we're working on them, and then we have questions, and we have to figure out a way to contact someone. We've also had our colleague who's not here tonight, Pat DeAngelis, work on 2 resolutions, the Roe Act one and also one we'll be seeing in the future on Medicare for All, who has been sort of the counselor sponsor. And it's actually been, I think, really useful for GOL to have that point person, that counselor sponsor, who is also then interfacing with the people in the public who want this brought forward. And so I think that creates an efficiency for GOL and helps us as we're doing our job.
I'm going to pause for a moment and just say, since we first talked about this and referred it to GOL, I have, as a practice, been referring all resolutions to GOL, and I feel a whole lot more comfortable doing that because other eyes are looking at it, other eyes are talking about whether or not the council should be doing this, and they're doing whatever else they need to do. Dorothy.
I agree with many of the points made, but I think, what is the need? I think that we might be asked to too many resolutions, and we could be given something that we really don't want to say, we don't want to read, so that I like what you've done, but I would raise it to 2 counselors.
Is that against the charter? No. Okay. Other comments? Darcy?
I just want to say that I'm amazed that I'm hearing that the need to do this is because we don't want voters or residents to come forward with their own initiatives.
That's not what we're saying.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. But anyway, it feels to me like this is the first one that was shown. Doesn't sound people friendly with the references that are given, because it requires people to look at the charter in order to figure out what it means, and it gives the impression that there isn't another avenue other than having a counselor sponsor. So that's why I would also leave that silent, or up to me.
Can I just say, just on the wording, even if we're in compliance with charter section, if it said, or brought by a petition as described in the charter, put some normal
Remember
wording.
that this is the first reading. We can be giving suggestions, and it'll go back to GOL. So that's been one suggestion. Are there other comments? Andy?
Yeah, this will be real quick. I just urge my colleagues over the next weeks before the next meeting to look at the other item that was attached to this, which was the frequently asked questions piece that would presumably be sent to all of the people who would be interested in doing this, telling them how to do it and what's involved. I think that was actually the more useful piece.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments
It's
on
in your
this?
packet. Also, just a quick thought, if I may, Madam President, just that, your time is precious. Our time is precious. So part of this is just trying to give us a little bit of respecting the time that, so that if someone wants to come before us with these items, there should be at least one counselor that would be willing to sponsor it. It seems not an unreasonable or insuperable barrier. And if they can't find that one counselor, there are other options, and we will spell them out. We would change the language to make that clear.
Okay. Any other comments at this time? GOL, do you feel like this is what you needed? I think so, yes. Okay.
What I'm hearing is that the language should be expanded under the first change, and I'm not hearing any other changes requested, at least not at the moment, but people can send them to us for the other 3 changes. So it's just the unfriendly sort of charter, Section 8, et cetera, that could be turned into language that would be easier to understand.
Okay, so this will come back on the October 21 agenda, unless you tell us otherwise. Okay?
GOL doesn't meet again until October 23rd.
Okay. So then it's, we haven't decided how much we're going to do on the 28th besides what's already scheduled, which is the public forum on master plan. So it'll either come, if we have a regular agenda, it'll come back on the 28th. If we don't, it would come back on November 18th.
One other thought is if it's a very minor change, which is just writing in there instead of just the charter reference in accordance with the group petition or something, I'm not necessarily sure that needs to go back to GOL for revision and a revote and come back if it's just the addition of a couple of words. And I wonder if perhaps it could be, we could still do this on the 21st, and it could just be part of the motion. We would amend the rules, but also amend that to add a couple words.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm in.
Okay.
If that's,
Then-
if not,
So we are going to try to bring it back on October 21st with an amendment to the language to fit what was suggested. All right?
in the form of a motion. Sure.
Item E, 7E, revision of GOL committee charge. George?
So again, GOL voted 5-0 to recommend revisions to the GOL charge related to the policy recommendations we've just been talking about, to clarify that GOL will review all resolutions, proclamations, commemorations, and citations, but will not review financial orders. We've tried to bring changes in the past, but the council's not been able to act. So tonight, we hope that you'll act at least on this specific one. And so that one is also in your packet for you to look at, but essentially simply clarifies that we will review all resolutions, proclamations, commemorations, and citations.
I'm going to suggest that, given that we have not passed the previous item, that we delay this also till October 21. Okay?
Fair enough.
Moving on to appointments. I believe that, Evan, you're up. I'm sorry?
I could just do both. So we'll start with multiple member body appointments. I assume we'd want to treat town clerk separately. At the September 23rd meeting of Outreach Communications and Appointments, we considered several sets of town manager appointments to multiple member bodies, two of which are on your agenda tonight. One is the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee. The second is the Water Supply Protection Community. OCA voted unanimously in both of those instances to recommend the town council approve those town manager appointments to those two bodies, with discussion that largely repeated discussions we've had in the past and was outlined in the August 19th OCA report to the town council, which I also attached to today's report to the town council. And so I'm willing to field any questions on that, but I don't necessarily want to repeat those discussions since they've been sort of the same.
Okay, let's take the first one, which is the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee. Are there any questions at this time? Okay, then could I have a motion? Evan?
So I move to approve the following town manager appointments to the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee effective immediately as recommended by the Outreach Communications and Appointment Committee report of October 7th, 2019, for a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2022, Gail Lansky, reappointment. For a 2-year term to expire June 30th, 2021, Stephanie Liambruno.
Is there a second?
Second.
George, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? It's 11-0-0, 2 absent. Okay. Water Supply Protection Committee, any comments, questions?
My only comment is it's a great group. I mean, we live in a town that has people stepping up to the plate and really willing to provide service. This was fantastic.
Right. Evan?
So I move to approve the following town manager appointments to the Water Supply Protection Committee, effective immediately as recommended by the Outreach Communications and Appointments Committee report of October 7, 2019. For a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2022, Linda Arsenault, Anna Martini, and John Tobiasen, reappointment. For a 2-year term to expire June 30th, 2021, Lyons Witten, reappointment. Brian Yellen, reappointment.
Is there a second?
Second.
George is a second. Any further discussion? Yes, Alyssa.
Just wanted to mention what I mentioned at our OCA meeting. We found women. we found women with these qualifications to do this. This is a very specialized field, and so people worked hard, staff worked hard to make that happen, so it's awesome.
Great. Thank you. Any further comment? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 11-0-0, and 2 absent. All right. The next one is the town clerk. Evan?
So this morning, the town manager officially filed his appointment of Shavina Martin as our new town clerk. OCA considered this issue at our meeting this morning. You do have a written report that you probably haven't read because it was given to you in hard copy and not uploaded to the packet because I had to write it after today's meeting. So Athena received it at 6 p.m. But there is a written document that details the deliberation that OCA had around the town manager's appointment of the town clerk. OCA had both the town manager and Evelyn Rivera-Riffenberg, our Human Resources Director, present at our meeting this morning to field OCA questions about the town clerk appointment. There were 2 areas I drew attention to in the report that I'd again want to draw attention to. One was some frustration within the OCA committee regarding student populations. Obviously, we're a town that has a very large student population. That's a population that's very difficult to engage in elections, and there had been a hope that in our search for a town clerk, that would be considered as a factor, perhaps brought into the screening or interview process, or certainly discussed with the candidate. It was confirmed that that wasn't, and so there was some discussion within the OCA committee of disappointment that that was not a bigger factor when used in looking for a town clerk. The other thing that came in was the idea that a lot of the town clerk's job has to do with record keeping, and we didn't see in the town manager's memo a whole lot of emphasis on record keeping with this appointment. The town manager talked about the priorities that he has for the town clerk right now, focused heavily on elections and also very heavily on the census count, both of which are areas where Ms. Martin has extensive expertise. And so he made clear that he prioritized those 2 areas over record keeping at this moment, especially given that we have very competent town clerk staff that has experience with record keeping, that he felt he could prioritize these other areas. I'm happy to field any questions. I'm sure the town manager would too. And of course, there's other information that's in your report. And if my other committee members want to jump in, I'd be happy to.
Are there, Mr. Bachman, is there anything you'd like to say at this time?
No, I appreciate that OCA was willing to bring this to tonight and on such short turnaround, which is helpful for us because we are hopeful that Ms. Martin will start before the election so she can participate in our election process here and get to know people in that process. I think she's a strong candidate. As I told OCA this morning, when you had Margaret Nardowitz, we were sort of spoiled with someone who was a star on all levels. And when you're recruiting someone, no one has that. You seldom find someone who has every quality that you're looking for. Ms. Martin has a lot of qualities that I think are going to she'll bring to the position. And as the chair said, the competent staff that we have in the clerk's office will be able to support her on things where she doesn't have the skill set.
Any further discussion or questions? Yes, Mandy Jo.
I just have a question on timing. We received the technical referral this morning and the formal memo this morning, yet the press release seemed to have been released last week. And that didn't seem right to me. And so I'd like you to comment on that. I mean, I had questions about, well, is it when the press release goes that the 14 days start, or is it when we get the memo? But beyond that, I felt like the press release shouldn't go out till we get the formal referral.
It's a good question. The only reason the press release went out earlier is because the press asked me about this particular one because the name showed up on the OCA public meeting notice. And so when the press came and said, I see you've appointed someone, we're going to do a story on this person, I felt it was important to get the press release out then. And, you know, the timing is always a challenge, and so I appreciate that was much, normally we would have done that until you've seen it formally, so.
Thank you for clarifying that. I had a similar question.
I
Yes,
mean, it
George?
is conceivable, I hope it won't happen, but it's conceivable that we could reject or not recommend an appointment, right? We could reject it.
That's
So
true.
it's out in the press, the name's out there, and then for some reason we say no. So I think it's something to keep in mind, that it's something we'd like to avoid.
But I don't think there's any way to avoid.
There's no way to avoid it?
The fact that we have to have public notice in the meeting.
Right, so.
But you still just say, well, until the council acts.
We always say that because it is subject to confirmation.
Right. But they'll still write whatever they're going to write.
But they're going to write it, once it shows up on the agenda or it's discussed tonight, they're going to want to do an article on it.
Yes, Alyssa.
One slight variation on that might be considered, and you could give Mr. Bachman feedback about that, is that the way it's been approached thus far, having done all of 2 department heads, is that it's been said, the town manager hired this person, and oh, by the way, it's subject to confirmation, rather than the town manager has brought this person forward for confirmation. So technically, the first one is absolutely true, but it does make it more awkward in terms of what if they change their minds? Because it's both press releases, both town website things have said they're hired. And then there's fine print in the little tiny part at the bottom. So it might just be a matter of how we say it, but again, technically, he's complying with the charter, and that's the funny way the charter's written. And so if people can think of something clever that he agrees to, that if that helps your brain process it differently. But as was said, once we know the name, we have to include it in our posting, and so therefore.
Evan.
Right, so I think there's 2 separate conversations going on right now, part of which is how we frame these in a press release, and part of which was sort of the weird order of events that occurred. And to respond a little more directly to Mandy Jo's point, part of this is us figuring out as OCA how to deal with both the OML posting requirements, the 14-day window that is put in. I was reading another town's charter for other reasons, and they had 45 days, and I thought, oh my God, that would be a luxury, because 14 days is very short, especially given the town council meets every other week. And then also getting the town manager's memos in ample time for both the council but also OCA to be able to review them so that we could actually have a productive conversation. We're still working on how to make those 3 things work under a reasonable schedule, and sometimes it doesn't always work perfectly, and I think this is an example where it didn't work out the way we had hoped, but we were trying to balance multiple constraints on us.
Dorothy.
So if the town council did not confirm it, does that mean anything?
If we rejected, it does. If we failed to act, the person is automatically appointed, correct?
Well, then that just seems very weird to me, that we could actually say no, but yet it can happen before we've had a chance to say yes or no.
Mr. Bachman.
That's always the case. Once I put the name forward to you, you have the ability to say no, but it's going to be a public decision one way or the other. But the appointments are always contingent. There's contingencies subject to the town council voting or taking no action, subject to passing, a physical, subject to passing a drug test, subject to all the other things, criminal background check, all the things that we have to do. These appointments are contingent on those things, and when the appointment letter goes out, the candidate has to return forms giving us authority to do certain things. So, but you start with the appointment.
Evan.
This is nitpicky, but we keep using the word confirm. The language is approve, and the only reason I say that is I do think that at some point the council and OCA has sort of had these discussions, need to grapple with what the difference is, because I think there is a meaningful difference between a required confirmation and whether or not the council chooses to proactively approve of an appointment versus just letting it take effect.
Any further discussion? Then could I have a motion, Evan?
I move to approve the town manager's appointment of Shavina Martin as town clerk as filed with the town clerk on October 7, 2019, and recommended by the Outreach, Communications, and Appointments Committee report of October 7, 2019.
Is there a second? George? Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. The next item on the agenda is president's appointments. This was done by polling people and asking who was interested in serving on the town manager and council goals ad hoc committee. This committee was amended to replace the council goals ad hoc committee. And so I went back out and therefore have named Kathy Shane, Dorothy Pam, Darcy Dumont, Shalini Bellman, and Lynn Griesmer. Moving on to committee reports. Any questions? Anybody else who wants to volunteer? Let me know. Committee reports. Audit committee, I don't think there is a report at this point. Bylaw review committee, I have received information that tells me that the bylaw review committee will be ready to come forward with the recommendation on the general bylaws starting in December. And the real issue is going to be whether or not we start December 1st for the first reading, December 2nd and do December 16th, or whether we do the first reading on December 16th and the second reading on January 6th. It's just a matter of agenda. Is there further comment?
That's a conversation that does need to be had, I think, between the chair of that committee and the president.
Okay.
However, we have also asked for some space on October 21st to briefly introduce to the council what the process will be going forward with bylaw, because our intentions will be to provide the council with some drafts and then seeks input and feedback and comments before we get to the point of a first reading.
Okay.
So I'll discuss that more in detail, hopefully on the 21st.
Great, thank you. Any further comment on bylaw review? Community Resource Committee. Andy Joe.
So I first want to thank Steve for his leadership over the past 6 months or so of this Community Resources Committee. So I am now, I guess, announcing that I have been elected chair of that committee. And because of our council rules, my election to chair as CRC required me to resign as chair of GOL, which led to George's election as chair of GOL. CRC doesn't have much. We actually had a written report this week that Steve actually did most of the drafting of. So I thank him for that too, since he was chair for most of it. We're discussing Spring Street. It'll come back in November to the council, to the CRC committee, and then to the council after that. We have to report on the affordable housing priorities policy that was referred to us. We will have something back to the council on that referral in either November or late October, depending on what happens on that October 28 meeting, what the president decides to do for that meeting. And so we're still discussing that one. And I'm working with Dave Zomek to try and get a joint meeting with the Transportation Advisory Committee to discuss the referral on the 25-mile-per-hour speed limits that was referred way back in May, so that we can do it jointly with the right members present to hopefully add some efficiencies to hearing that. So,
questions? Okay, town manager, council goals, no report. Finance, Kathy, you had a question, I'm sorry.
I had a question. I read the CRC report and with particular interest on the discussion that you've had so far on the housing policy referral report. I had some questions, thoughts when I first read it that weren't specifically finance related, so I thought I would write them up and send them to you as chair.
that would be fantastic, yes. And anyone else that might have thoughts about that, please do that too.
And so I want to thank you for the detail you put in the report, because I won't duplicate things I see already that a lot of them were already raised.
Okay.
I
Dorsey.
just have a quick question. Do you have a regular time for the CRC meetings now?
The time was established for the fall semester as 8:30 to 10:30 on Wednesdays, right before the GOL meetings, except for this coming one. So we're meeting the 16th, and then it'll be the 23rd. And then it's generally the Wednesday directly after a council meeting. But there is a set schedule.
Any further questions? Okay, town manager and council goals, no report. Finance committee?
Finance Committee will be issuing a written report before the next meeting regarding two things that we're going to have to vote for as proposed financial orders. One having to do with Centennial Water Treatment Facility, and the other one having to do with the Hickory Ridge proposal. We have two matters that we will be considering at our next meeting. In particular, one is a discussion of the housing policy that was referred to us as it was referred to another committee. And we may start discussion, but I don't know for sure, on the percent for arts. With both of those, I anticipate that the discussion in the Finance Committee will be mostly on the question of the financial considerations of each of those policies, and as that is what our charge is and why it's referred to two committees, so we don't want to get too broad beyond our stated role. So,
Okay. Any questions?
Will the ad hoc committee on the percent for art have a report for us before we have that finance committee meeting?
When we get to that committee, I'll ask them that. How's that? GOL?
You've heard from us a lot tonight, but just quickly, we will bring before you the revised council rules of procedure for Rule 8. We have working hard on liaisons and work groups, and we will probably be ready to, well, we will be ready, I think, to present those when we can fit them into the agenda. So we're hard at work.
Did you say liaisons and work groups?
Yeah, we have both. Ad hoc. Yeah.
Okay. But at the
To
same
be
time...
clear,
Thank you.
the GOL is working on revising the rule around liaisons,
Thank
but
you.
OCA will be working on the appointment of liaisons.
Sorry, I didn't mean to suggest. Right.
And moving on,
Just
any
rules.
questions with GOL? Yes, Alyssa.
Sorry, I've forgotten if I knew what rule change on liaisons.
Yeah.
At the retreat, there were a lot of questions regarding, there was the discussion on what liaison duties would be, and so those notes were taken back and sent back to GOL for potential changes to the rules based on that discussion.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. OCA?
Sure, so OCA's been very busy with appointments, also with discussions that will inevitably lead to a revised town council appointment process, and as I just said, OCA will also be taking up liaisons. But what I want us to focus on today is something that was brought up at the last meeting, but we didn't vote on, which was a recommendation that was forwarded to the council from OCA to separate out the community activity forms for the 3 town council appointed committees: Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, and the non-voting resident members of the Finance Committee. I presented this last time as a recommended action in response to OCA's experience doing these appointments, specifically feeling as though it would have 3 main benefits that I hope I remember as I say them. One being that it provides us greater control over the CAFs for town council appointed authority bodies. OCA will at some point be bringing forth recommendations for revisions to the CAF And if we have our own CAF, those can just be adopted by the council without necessarily having to have a communication with the town manager. This also allows the town council to have complete control over the applicant pool from the beginning. There were some problems with the previous, or some concerns with the previous appointments, in that interviews were scheduled before OCA even knew what the size or scope of the pool was. There's been a lot of questions that OCA has talked about when we want to proceed with interviews, when we decide that a pool is sufficient, and that requires us to have the full pool in front of us. Under what we're proposing, not just OCA, but every town council would immediately receive a CAF for those three bodies once it's filed. And so not only OCA would have a full sense of the pool, but the whole council would at all times. And the other thing it would do is it would eliminate a problem that we were having, in which, because you can select multiple boxes on a CAF, some of which are town manager appointed, some of which are town council appointed, we were having a situation where, by coincidence, we knew partial pools of some town manager appointed bodies because of people selecting a mix of two on their CAFs. So this would simplify it and clarify those appointing authorities. And so should the council approve this motion, we would work with IT to separate that out and have a separate CAF, and then come to you later with some actual recommendations on what might we want to change on the CAFs to make them more useful. So I'm happy to field any questions, and if there aren't any, I would like to make this motion.
Okay. Questions? Yes. Darcy? Oh, Bandy Joe.
I actually like this idea. My only then concern would be how it's posted on the website, so that it doesn't get lost to all of the town manager appointments CAF. Will there be, I just want to make sure there'd be a way to put it obviously that if you want these, this is the one, and you can fill out both. You don't have to pick one or the other.
Darcy, did you have a question?
No, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to state that I voted for this in OCA. And I just wanted to explain, because it's strange that we would have two separate processes, two separate CAFs, but I have a hope that our town council process will, once we decide what the new process is, will actually be more transparent than it was in the past. We haven't decided that, but that's my hope, and that we would sort of be leading the way, and that would be a good thing, even though it seems strange that we have two separate processes.
Mandy Jo.
No, I just noticed it says citizen activity forum, and I thought we changed the name to community
We did,
activity.
and I'm aware of that.
Okay. Are there any other points of discussion, questions? And the motion, Evan?
So move to separate the existing community activity forms for the Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, and the non-voting resident members of the Finance Committee as a separate community activity form that is automatically distributed to all town council members.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Dorothy, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 11-0-0 and 2 absent. Okay, we're moving on to percent for art bylaw. Kathy?
We had one meeting, an inaugural meeting that went quite well, and Bill Kazin, who's been in the back of the room, is there representing the Public Art Commission as another member. We mainly reviewed the issues that were raised with the first bylaw, some of the funding, accounting issues, and then a series of questions. And I've typed up minutes on that that we collected. We meet again tomorrow, where we'll get into some more substantive issues, including a presentation by the comptroller, Sonia, on what we can and can't do with municipal accounts in terms of carrying over and funding projects when you're collecting money for a particular type of use as opposed to a particular project. So we'll go through some of the nuances of that to understand where the original wording led us into uncharted lands, but there were other issues. So we had some outside participants. Lynn came and the former chair came as well. And I think tomorrow we're going to have another person coming, and we're observing what we had heard during our retreat, that if anyone's in front of the bar or with us, everyone is. Unfortunately, when you're in a small room, you can all be around the table. So it's been a nice, free-flowing discussion.
Okay. Any questions on that?
Dorothy had asked, the relationship then to finance. I think the intention is that we will be doing potentially a fairly substantive revision or minor revision in some parts to have a new version of this that would go back to CRC and go back to finance. But Andy had mentioned during that first meeting that as some issues come up, that you might want to bring them to finance early for a discussion that were particularly around the financial aspects. So I think we need to play that by ear, because we already have 2 members of finance in the committee that we should be able to bring those issues in, but not to have to redo things that are those questions.
Any questions? Okay, moving on to minutes. We actually have, I think, 4 sets. Is the public forum on September 23rd a separate set of minutes? Okay, so we have 4 sets of minutes. If you have comments, we'll start with the amended minutes for June 24, 2019. Are there any comments? Dorothy?
That's when the person felt that bias had been at the meeting? Is that the one?
Yes.
Yes. I swear that I was just listening to sitting up front, that is how he was introduced. Because I remember looking at him and saying, gee, that really doesn't quite fit. He just doesn't look like somebody who would have been living in a homeless shelter. So I don't know who did the introductions. But, and I did not agree with his characterization of the hearing. I did not at all.
Further comment on the June 24th meeting minutes? Okay, any questions on the September 21st, 2019 Town Council retreat minutes? Okay, any questions on the September 23rd, 2019 public forum? And on the regular town council meeting on September 23rd. Okay, I believe the motion should read the following. To amend minutes of June 24, 2019, approve minutes of September 21, 2019 council retreat, comma, September 23, 2019 public forum, and September 23, 2019 council meeting. All is presented, as presented.
I second.
Further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? So it was 8, 0, 3 abstentions, and 2 absent, right? Okay. Mr. Bockelman, your report.
Yes, thank you. Always start, Cup of Joe is going to be Friday at Share Coffee with Economic Development Director Jeff Kravitz, which is timely as we talk about UMass, as we talk about parking, and we talk about whatever else is in his purview. A new thing that we're doing this year, which is really exciting, is that the directors of the senior services and the director of veteran services are joining together to provide a free breakfast for veterans, and all members of the town council are invited on Monday, November 11th, which is Veterans Day. This will happen, they haven't really finalized the time yet, but probably like 9:30 at the Bangs Community Center, and then at around 10:45, people who are able and interested will walk over to the North Common to observe the raising and lowering of the flag at 11 o'clock on November 11th, which is the tradition, and I think the American Legion and the VFW pull that together. So it's an initiative that was our new, put together by our new Director of Senior Services, and it's a really nice idea, and we hope that people will participate in that, and hope you're all available to join in. Learned today that I don't know names, but new staff for Craig's Doors have been hired or been identified at least. There is still some concern whether they'll be able to open on November 1st. More likely it's going to be in mid-November as they continue to train staff and get everybody up and going, but they will be open, and it's good that they've excuse me, identified staff. And I want to congratulate our finance department for closing out FY19 and moving forward on free cash. They are working with Department of Revenue today to get our free cash certified, which will be looking very forward to seeing that number. It should be a very good number for us. And lastly, want to note that our purchase and sale agreement with Hickory, on the Hickory Ridge project has been extended to December 1st, which by mutual consent between the two parties.
Are there questions on the town manager report? Yes, Dorothy.
I just wanted to respond to the town manager's statement under his sustainability section, where he said, to our knowledge, there are no available utility, federal, or state-funded incentive programs available for the purchase of an all-electric school bus. I've actually done a lot of research and found out a lot more about that in the last couple of weeks. And when you say that, you mean that we're between the first and the second round of available grants? That would be true. But we do now have the choice of applying for a new electric school bus in the next round, which will be coming up in the next couple of months. We don't know exactly when because they haven't given out the first round yet. The grant funding is to replace diesel buses, and 7 of our 9 buses are diesel. 2 of them are 10 years old with very high mileage. Concord, one of the 3 pilot programs that took on electric school buses back in 2016, expects to expand their program and get 1 or more electric buses from having applied in the first round of grants. This is the VW settlement money that is available, $75 million. And they're going to use their new electric buses that they're hoping to get in the first round for a vehicle-to-grid charging program. So for a $350,000 bus, the grant will pay $280,000, leaving $70,000 for the school district to pick up. So In addition, yesterday I spoke with an official from Northampton who wanted to find out about applying for the second round of the grant. And it actually would be really beneficial to us to have Northampton and Amherst both applying, because then we could share customer support, because that's an issue with electric bus companies because they're national. So anyway, this is a rare opportunity to access grant funding that will possibly go away after the second round. Since the technology is improving each year and since we have much more choice regarding companies now, I strongly urge the town manager to not let this huge opportunity to apply in the second round pass us by, that we go for the many health benefits for students, as well as the climate benefits of an electric school bus to replace one of our existing diesel buses.
Thank you. Are there additional comments, questions? Alyssa?
There were 2 questions I submitted ahead of time, and it's fine if we don't have the answers now, but in a future report would be great. In the leisure services section, there is a comment on closing of the Topman Pool, which I was unaware of, and if it says, obviously, now puts pressure on other availability. So this is yet another thing UMass used to do with us that isn't doing with us anymore. So I think that's worth us both recognizing publicly and understanding what the change is, because over the years, there's been all kinds of levels of use of the pool. So maybe it hasn't been a lot lately, but I'm sure it's definitely made some impact. And so I think we should have something in writing about that as we continue to discuss things with our friends at UMass. And the other is in regards also to leisure services, where it talks about a strategic planning process with the Donahue Institute, and I'm wondering how that's being paid for. If it's by previous funds that town meeting had allocated that hadn't been programmed specifically to programming, or if it's from some other source, just because I think we should know how it's being paid for.
I recuse myself from this discussion. Mr. Bockelman.
Yeah, I believe that was funds that was actually appropriated for this purpose through the JCPC process, but I'll double check on that.
Further questions? There's Kathy.
I guess it's more of a question, partial comment on the project updates, the North Amherst Library that you've met with the architect and authorized them to move forward. Are those on the just a bathroom lift design? It's sort of like which design, because there were 3. Then the other question I had, because some of us who had looked at the library had wondered whether there could be another way of thinking about this and running a ramp down into where the basement is, reinforcing the wall and opening up to the bathroom down below, and putting a simple little ramp, doing a less expensive project, and whether CPA historic preservation could be partially used for that. I know there's private money potentially. So I just didn't know, when you say we've authorized them to move forward with developing the designs, were we still back, we had an A, B, and C version of it, but there were a lot of questions people had on 2 of those, not the first one. Because the first one did the least change to the little library, yeah.
So there was A, B, and C, and with A being the simplest, and C, and so we're looking at A, and having the architect develop schematics so we can get a better sense of what the actual cost to build this small addition, which would include 2 bathrooms plus a lift to get into the main library.
Did we verify there have to be 2 bathrooms?
Yes.
And because I checked larger library thing and I couldn't find anything that said unisex bathrooms are prohibited.
The architect said the building code requires it.
The building code requires it for libraries or
for any public building, yes. I believe that's correct.
For any public building? Okay, so I'm going to have to think which public buildings I've been in that were unisex bathrooms. Anyway,
well,
UMass has some now. What? That there have to be 2.
These
Not,
may be
can never be
unisex
1.
bathrooms, but you have to have 2.
You have to have 2.
Yeah.
Yes, Dorothy.
Just to add to the Topman Pool, I was there just this year. The Titans, a swim activity which is run by parents but out of the middle school pool, or the Leisure Society pool in the middle school, had used that. So I was pretty shocked when I read it was being closed. So I think maybe Alyssa's onto something, that we really have to get not lose things in this relationship.
George.
Just a quick question, Paul, about this senior center. I had a senior approach me the other day. In the past, the senior center has sponsored trips, and apparently they have been suspended for a while, but they're now going to begin again, if I understand this. And the Friends of the Senior Center are now going to be sponsoring them. Is that true, or is that sort of those trips sort of not a thing of the past?
No, that's true. The Friends of the Senior Center will be the sponsors of the trips, and that's how it's done in most communities. Excuse me for the cough. So the trips will continue, but under the auspices of the Friends of the Senior Center.
Alyssa, you had a comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to follow up on the Topman thing. I'd like some documentation provided to us at some point of what we were getting, and at least recently, and what we are no longer getting associated with that, just because we just make random comments about our relationship with UMass. So a couple of sentences would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Andy.
Yeah, I know a lot about the Topman Pool. I was resisting saying anything. The Topman Pool has been in crisis for the past several years. 2 years ago, they predicted that it was going to close because it was impossible for them to do the physical repairs. This year, in roughly August, they announced that it was going to have to happen. This is creating a big crisis on campus because one of their 3 pools and one of their 2 best pools is now permanently out of commission. So we just have to understand that they're not happy about this having happened. Obviously, we're not happy, but it is a crisis. They can't help us out with 2 pools left out of 3. And I think that's what LSSC, what was being said is exploring the middle school as an option because there aren't a lot of options. And this came up at the District 5 meeting too, because there was some talk about whether Hampshire College could help.
Alyssa.
We could go on and on about this, and I'm sure no one wants us to, but it doesn't matter that any of those things happen. What matters is we no longer have access. What matters is we have to find a different way to do it. That's all I'm asking us to document. And yes, the Tritons have used Hampshire College in the past, and yes, I'm sure Leisure Services will figure something out. But just saying it doesn't matter because it's a hardship, I just don't agree with.
Dorothy.
This is something that came up at the block party and maybe hasn't been referred to. But when the people came to stand to make choices at the board that we had up as to what do you like and whatever, several seniors talked to us about the sidewalks from where we were standing on North Pleasant Street through the cut through to the senior center and the sidewalk around the senior center, and they were very distressed. These were seniors with canes, and they said the sidewalk was very bad, and I thought that sounded a little bit like an emergency.
Further comments, questions of the town manager? Yes, Bandy Joe.
So I'm not sure this was in your report, but I live in Amherst Woods, and we're going through repaving now, and I just wanted to say I appreciated Amherst Woods has a good homeowner association, and your engineering department, through Jason Skeels, presented 2 options to Amherst Woods for the redesigning of one of the intersections, and I thought that was a really great way to attempt to involve the homeowners and renters and the homeowners association and the people who live there in what that road structure will look like. And I just want to say, in total Amherst fashion, the vote from 98 households was 54 in favor of option 1 and 51 in favor of option 2 and 3 who said, I don't care. And so I just thought it came out as quite a Amherst fashion vote.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, comments to the manager? Okay, then town council comments. I have 2. One is I will be sending you a reminder to send me your statements that you read from at the retreat about your priorities, and also the checklist on the future agenda items. And then just starting off on the future agenda items, I actually was intending, but I'm not going to do it now, given the time, to kind of lay out a couple of the future agenda items, but I will be sending you an email with those in them. Okay? Since we have some pretty heavy-duty and very important things coming to us over the next 2 or 3 months. Additional questions? Additional future agenda items? Counselor comments? Dorothy?
Just very brief. Is there a response to Darcy's statement about the applying for the electric bus?
We always look at every grant opportunity that we have, and we have applied in the past, received a grant for an electric bus in the past. We currently have an application in for a DPW vehicle currently, and we hope to hear about that. That's in my report by the end of the month. So if there's a new grant opportunity, we obviously will be going after it. The information that's useful is about Northampton going for it, so that's helpful because I think there is some economies of scale that we can leverage.
Okay. Additional counselor comments at this time? Any topics not reasonably anticipated? Then I would like to move to adjourn the October 7th, 2019 meeting of the Town Council. Is there a second? Second. Multiple seconds. Mandy Jo, I'll give it to her. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Okay, thank you.